the management will not even come out to even speak on anything about patent concerning about even the fraud patent. What are they using? What are we the fraud patent? What are care distribution was even given to us? That's not that. Last year again, some of us we spoke on the issue, and it was last minute time before we even start to receive for the 545. Okay, but this time around for this corn receiving and the 45, it was last year receiving. But what happened with this corn receiving that always coming to end? See, nothing we're not even hearing from the mayor.
Thank you.
See, we don't know how to do it. They put money, and if they put money.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Well, even Brother Yaga, going to all listeners, this is Brother G. Lahassan from PNCB Tobaru.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Brother Yaga, so what really on my mind? I would like to hear Honorable Musa Bedete for the stand he's taking now. At least he wants to become president of the country. He must respect the government too. The way he started to just go out there, want to put his citizen against the government, and he can do this and that. So I'm happy for the Minister of Public with the government. At least allow him to go and pay the price for country. But at least go along with the engineers, work along with the engineers. See, he can go in and want to work, but let him appeal to the government, approach the government, and he and the government work together. Secondly, you know, your top show is a very not top show. I would tell CEO to make sure that what your parents say are the facts. I mean, the more recent one, Humble Gray, because Humble family talk about some chairman and the man is a master. They said no background of relationship, and you talk his on ground. Sometimes they say I come to my reliable source.
Thank you.
You know, yeah, the honor them are begging. Let them make sure they follow this fight.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is Tukuma. I'm calling from EW.
Okay, let's hear you from EW.
My brother, the thing that I have to say is EW junction, starting from GSA Road, coming all the way to the junction. But man, starting from GSA Road, coming to BC Water. But man, the market people. The people just less than one place, or you can see the people even taking the market and putting it on the sidewalk, no space for people to walk. And they police them what there, who did the running their cars. They're not focusing on these people to tell them what to do. No country you go in that you will see people landing market on the sidewalk. Nowhere in the world you will see that. But our country has time with market ever all over the place. Also, market people selling on the down to the sidewalk and all. Yeah, they won't even put the market on the quota. Huh? What kind of country will find out what's that?
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, Yagazi.
Good evening. Let's hear you out.
My name is Summer Bergen. I join you from the old road to Bibisa Gate down Ozone.
Okay, let's hear you, please.
My concern has been drawn to the attention of the broad identification ID card. Since our ID card got expired, we go at the office, and up to present, people are telling us they are not yet ready. They are not yet ready. How do we get our ID card? Most of the ID card, as soon as somebody will get your picture off. So I'm on the government to please revamp our institution to make it better.
Thank you.
Let us get our identification card. Thank you.
Thanks for calling, and thanks for making your contribution here. Let's talk to another person on this hotline. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Adama, your line is very, very low. Very, very low.
So you getting me now?
You still have to be audible, please.
You getting me?
Okay, I think we can manage that. Go ahead, please.
Last night after the show going on 4, I not get to.
I said after the show. Did you call after the show?
Yeah, after the show. No, that time I was sleeping.
But you see that now.
Okay, I'll call today after the show because I want to be going for agricultural break on the fan. I can't make. You want to be going to agricultural break. You so stand on fire. I will tell you. I want to be the serious thing.
Okay.
What penny? Bobolo highway. Not going Nima again. I pay coming here on a place.
Thank you.
The government, thank you. The government doing well.
Yes, you're talking about family to you?
No, we're not talking family.
Yeah, I'm begging you can call back. Begging you must start causing the paper. I swear, there is a causing the paper. You can call back. I know that Muslim or that Christian.
Okay.
You can call back a Buddhist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can call back. He doesn't know God. He's Buddhist. You can see. So great.
You're welcome.
Amen.
But you know, man.
I will learn man. I will learn man. You can see it's a beautiful Friday. I went there all day for Mr. Freeman, but anyway, I met somebody. Mr. Freeman refused to come, and we had a plan to meet at TGIF Friday. On a beautiful Friday, where they said, "Thank God it's Friday," and Mr. Freeman was no call, no show. I'm like, "What? Are you kidding me?" But anyway, we have Mr. Freeman on the show tonight. We'll be talking about the budget. We want to say welcome to Spoon Talk on this wonderful Friday or beautiful Friday, November 21st, 2025. Wherever you're joining us from, we'll be having a lot of conversation. We got more information on Chris Onumuga, the ECMO Nigerian guy. A lot of bad stuff on that guy. The Nigerian ECMO guy, the man, the money laundering, something behind him. And, the fraud charges behind him. The man is involving everybody. The Chris Onumuga, we're hearing that the man moving money from Liberia to other part of West Africa and beyond. So what is this? The man admitted that he took money from LFA. He took the LFA people money and he ain't paying it back. But President Barker making ambassador allies. The man is traveling with a Liberia diplomatic passport where he's transferring money from one country to another, not only for himself, but these allegations are huge. The man transferring money for lawmakers and that of ministers and advisors to the president. This guy they call Chris Onumuga. He's one of the most dangerous fellow right now in Liberia. It was because of this guy, to tell you the truth, when Musa Dean was minister, where you have Serena Cephas, and this guy and another fellow, I'm going to call his name, we are hearing the CDC government at the time used to give him $300,000 because he posed himself to be an agent of the U.S. government. An agent of the U.S. government. This guy having a bad past, and we would discuss this. I've been on the phone with a lot of people. He have confirmed that he took the $12,000 check from LFA. You saw the story that he intended, again, to rob the Minister of Information. Excuse me. He took money, and he didn't do the job. We had the construction people here. The Miss Liberia Beauty Pageant, where we have a lady that is accusing him of some rape charges. But she didn't come first. So I said, come on the show and come tell your own. This guy is the most dangerous individual in the Liberian government. He and another person they call, one of his associates called Mohammed Ba. I don't know if you guys know Mohammed Ba. They're always with the president. I reached out to Mohammed Ba, but I'm not going to discuss Mohammed Ba tonight. But these guys, the behavior, the attitude, the massive corruption are moving here and there. President Barker was one to distance himself. But who is he moving money, from one end to another? I mean, we got the names. We got the names. So prominent people names. We're going to put it out. And these are the things he's doing in this government, from the George Weah government to this government. Everything he have done about CT.com Liberia. Remember the name Jara, a business partner that have the J2 investment. This guy that we hear report that he been working with Emmanuel Nukwe. He been working with Prince Moi. Yes, indeed, he been working with the Cockers from Bon County. My sister Mama Bridge Mensah. You know, and we're gonna dig deeper in this. You see the check here. This is from For the Family, but For the Family and this check, something came out about it. I will explain it to you. The issue about Chris Onunga, the ECOMOG Nigerian guy. This guy, you know, this ECOMOG Nigerian guy, the most dangerous advisor around the president. He's not going to even hesitate to do anything to survive. This guy, something he did that is so bad. He exploited an entity. Yes, and I know the individual, I spoke to them today. Seriously. And that's the reason why we come on the show every day to discuss. Don't forget, we're going to bring in 4 p.m. Eastern Time, USA, 9 p.m. Liberian Time. We will be bringing in Mr. Simon Freeman, and we'll talk about this individual, the most dangerous man in the Joseph Yilmaz Boyka government as we speak. The man that is, I mean, they are looking for him. They're going to get him. Once he hit the airport, yeah, in America, they will get him for money laundering. They will get him for a lot of bad stuff, my people, and we will keep you informed. We will keep you informed. You know, you cannot pose as an agent for the American government. This is wrong. This is wrong. This guy is very, very dangerous. So again, I want to welcome all of you where you are. Come on, let's talk. Come on, let's talk. Lawrence Dunius, my friend Lawrence. Oh, James Eto is here. Yeah, James Eto is a lot of man dressed. James Eto man is the #1 cook in Liberia. President Boyka will get in trouble with this guy. He lied to the Minister of Information. And I'm trying to play the recording from Jeremy Pierre when he appeared on our show. He lied to LFA. He stole the people money, you know. He went to the Bon County caucus and he took the Bon County people money. It's not only that though. It's not only that. I got a breaking news on him. You can see, I do. But I want to welcome Dan Daniel. How can somebody named Dan Daniel? You know, how can somebody named Dan Daniel? Dan Daniel, I don't know your name. Go correct your name, my friend. But anyway, welcome to the show. Say what you want to say. If you know him, that you're busy, but we'll put all the record up today. We want to bring in Ahmed Dukle. Ahmed, my friend, my brother Ahmed Dukle is on the show. Hey, Mohammed Dukle. Hi, Ahmed Dukle can call him Mohammed Dukle. I mean, you get two accounts here. Maybe you get to the Moha for your name, call him Ahmed or something. But anyway, we say see you, my friend. Both of you guys. David. No. Onunga never appear on the show, David. I beg you, but don't put me with that guy. I say younger. You see, wait. Bobby's in and why can't wait? Snack come on the show. The woman just coming. You can see the woman body can hear me issue. Snatch she see me, she come on the show. Bobby's in and with my sister, Othello DeLong. Good job, Sandro. No, good job to you, Othello DeLong. It's always good having you joining us. Abu Dukle is here. Oh, my sister, Binta Benete. Hey, Binta, Musa is not on the show. Leave our show. Go on your CMC show. Go on your CMC show, Binta. Leave me alone. All right. Let's bring in Johnny. Johnny, Jessica, you know Johnny. You get money like Johnny. Johnny Musa is here. Johnny, how you doing today? Say Dagon. Dagon as always. Cassio say, good evening, CEO. Good evening, my friend. Long time no see. Which one of your lawmakers going to vote for the Oranto deal? You know that deal, that bad deal, right? We want to put a picture there. I heard that Americana is not voting for it. Americana say you will not vote for that deal. You will put a statement up. Will they not vote for it? You got a bad deal from the executive. You send it to the lawmaker. Then you wanted to do mini money bill. I know that Mr. Freeman can't wait to talk, but I won't. You got a bad deal. A very, very bad. Listen, it's something about this, right? And everybody got to be concerned. Oranto D is the worst D ever in the history of Liberia. It's more than the 66 bogus concession. You get a very, very bad D. And you send it to the hyenas. The people that want 150,000 United States dollars to sign the deal. They put a price tag. They say, give us $150,000. We sign it. We care about Liberia. But they don't sign it though. I'm going to flag few lawmakers that I think the people still got some hope in, right? When Maggie signed it, Maggie is a diehard sedition. When he signed it, when Abache signed it, I'm scratching my head. You guys see me scratching my head? You know how well your Abacha and Nukwe will sign it. They gotta get no respect for country. Give me Abacha picture and give me Nukwe picture. Nukwe is my man. But you know they will sign it. Will Edward Snow sign it? We asking this question. I mean, the people from Nima County, Wabwa, Aho, Ideman, will Sam Koga sign it. Will Yan Twan sign on that deal? It looks like that deal to sign. What about the Pape, Councilor Jala from Lofa? And what the other second Lofa senator name? What's his name? Sumo? Wait a minute. Mamo? I mean, talk to me about you talking like we can hear you, my man.
Yeah, Momo.
Yeah, Cyrus. What's the funny? Cyrus Momo.
Yeah.
What's Cyrus Momo that sign? Let's go to Grand Bassa. What's the from? Bassa got Fanny and the put it. Will they sign it? These people are about to sell Liberia to Oriental Nigeria, man. They're about to sell Liberia. These people, but listen. If any of these people sign that deed, they should never come back. But they didn't care, so they're not coming back, so they don't care. The Voices of Lawala Zoo, and you can find us on Voice of Liberia, all over, on Spoon FM, all over. You can find us Super and on Fabric, all over. I'm a Duke. Where your brother Charles Bocha signed it. Bocha so quiet in the play there, yet eating a small. Where Bocha say we sign on the deal. You know how many CPP lawmakers we still get in the house? Go to the National Election website. Go see how many CPP lawmakers we got. I can tell you right now how many we got. Why we still trying to, juice the crowd up. The independent lawmaker, we got 11. 11. As per the report, 11 independent lawmakers. They came from no party. CDC lawmaker, we got 10. Can you imagine? Okay, let me ask a question right now. Right now. I beg you, open the phone before I bring Mr. Fremont on. Let anybody tell me how many Unity Party senators we have in the Senate. Just open the line. Go. Somebody tell me. Let me put my walking on this side front. Somebody tell me how many Unity Party senators, registered Unity Party senators we got in the Senate? How many? I'm asking you, Mose Marshall, how many? You joined me from Dubai, so what? You tell me that you up in Dubai, Mose. Mose, how many Unity Party senators we have? Amos Marshall, how many? Vera, my sister Vera Wallace, how many senators in the Senate for Unity Party? You can see open the line. Every people know that to tell us. How many? You can see how many? Do you know? You can see I want to hear you, my man.
I know about, and I think I can be exact. I can be exact now.
You can see how many registered Unity Party senators we got in that Senate.
I can say right now.
Take a guess. You can say take a guess. Don't say I can't. Yes, you can.
Yeah,
take a guess.
Maybe 3.
Look at that. Kowu Glover Voga Mobile. You say 8 for what? How many Unity Party senators we have in the Senate? These are things you need to know. The people that are supporting the country from the Senate, they didn't run for an election on a Unity Party ticket. They didn't. We got only one registered Unity Party senator, one. I know it will surprise all of you. One. And I stand to be corrected. Tipo speaker say, I don't know. George Gage, we got one. Just one. Now you see how so many people just walking and they don't know? You can see? We got only one Unity Party senator. One. Michael, it's not 2, it's 1. You know who that one senator is? Can somebody guess? Can somebody guess? You know who that one senator is? That one senator? Just one senator from the ruling party. James Davis said, wow. But this is everything you need to know. And who's that one senator? You can say who? You can say, okay, how done to that? Who that one senator? You can say, I'm waiting for you. Answer me now. You're wasting my time. Who that one senator?
I can tell now, CEO.
But everything you can tell, then you're kidding me, man. Alex Kanaga, who's that one senator? That one senator, who? One senator from Unity Party.
It should be Vapla, eh? Vapla.
Deba Vapla.
Yeah.
Deba Vapla is the only senator registered with the National Election Commission for Nima County. Deba Vapla. She's the only senator. If you look at the National Election Commission of Liberia, or she's the Deba Vapla, she's the only one from Grand Cape Man. Those of you that are joining us on the radio line, come on, let's talk. Those of you on Facebook and YouTube, we recognize you. Do you know how many senators we got from CPP? Do you know how many senators? You can see, can you guess? You can say, okay,
I don't want to guess. I want to be exact.
So I want you to guess. How many senators do we have registered CPP senator? How many? And you know that they belong to Mr. Cummings, right? Because Mr. Cummings was the chairperson. Yeah, go ahead.
I know about Senator Moi. Who else? Yeah, so far. Okay, Simeon.
Hey, God. Hey, God. You see, let me say something. I gotta bring Mr. Freeman in. Because you know what happened here is that people need to understand exactly who they are voting for and what's happening. We have 5 senators that represent the CPP, the then CPP, 5. We have Jonathan Bolcha Segbe 1. We have Abraham Darius DeLong. He ran on a CPP ticket. We have Simon Buamatero. He ran on a CPP ticket. Yomri Kanga Lawrence ran on a CPP ticket. Prince Moi ran on a CPP ticket. 5 CPP senators. Do they pay respect to the CPP political leader? 5 CPP. You know, here's the thing, right? These guys saying they are confused like hell. They get round the party and on the organization. They're round. We have 5. So yeah, where you get interested? Do you know how many sedition registered? And I will end on this one because we got to bring in Mr. Freeman. Do you know how many registered sedition we have? That if they say no today, there will be nothing will pass in that place. And that's where I'm coming to before I bring in Mr. Freeman. Can anybody tell us how many sedition we have?
There should be 9 or 10.
Yeah, can see. So they one that you know, so you answer quick. The other one that you say you couldn't get, but they want you guess correctly. We got 10 sedition, 10 CDC senator, 10.
Okay.
Don't mind that thing they say, oh, the president senator, but the president they resign. No. People that ran on the CDC ticket, there are 10. I'm going to name them, and ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Who are those 10 CDC senators? Here you go. This is very, very important. And I think you're learning something today. We got Zoe Emmanuel Pena from Grand Jide. Zoe Emmanuel Pena. We have from Grand Crew Abba Tubache. We have from Lofa, because he ran as an independent, but he's a sedition now, Councillor Joseph Pato Jala from Lofa. We have Nathaniel Fallow Mageo from Magibi. We have Bible J. Bo Brown from Maryland. James Poby Benny of Barney from Maryland. Sir Hadi Joseph from Moserado. Beltier Toure from Riverside. Cretan O. Donkey from Sano. Augustine Chie from Sano. How in the good heaven you got 10 CDC senators 10. 10. And you sit now telling us say that the ruling party government passing everything. How in the good heaven you got 5 CPP senators? Then you telling us say that the ruling party government passing everything. Unity Party just get 1. How can 1 go against 29 and succeed? And they call themselves opposition. You can see Helena Flomo say you support Unity Party. That's a message I give you. And they call themselves opposition. So we're gonna have a beautiful show today. We got a lot coming up. The people want to eat the money. Each senator will receive 150,000 United States dollars if they sign on that deal. 150. American say, I wash my hand. I'm not signing on it. The American, I don't know what are acting there. The king that in the Bible say, I wash my hand. You don't care. Jesus there in the Bible, he said crucify him. But American said he washed his hand. He's not signing on it. Can we have, they don't say he washed his hand too? Can we have Yombly saying, let me bring in Mr. Freeman. Let me bring in Mr. Freeman. This is a beautiful day here. Mr. Freeman, it's good to see you. My friend and my brother, Mr. Freeman. It's just so good to have you in the right time and the right place. Welcome to the greatest country on earth. The United States of America. Is good having you. We're going to have fun tonight. There will be no internet problem. There will be no going to bed problem. We are on the same time zone. We're going to fire in the budget. We're going to bust through the budget. We're going to talk about all the fake private for $365 million for road. Oranto deal. They're going to talk about giving it to them because they agreed to put a Johnny handcuff down for 150,000 individual walking around with diplomatic passport and doing money laundering and moving money from here and there for ministers and directors. And that's the government we say rescue. Rescue what? I must remind all Liberians, after George Bernard term ended, December of 2023, the United States government brought sanction on its folks. Big sanction. And you know the rest of the story. We are seeing Chris Onununga, the report we are getting, he involved with money laundering, he involved with transporting money, Black Diddy, BMSP. And we are seeing a young man that have his birth feature, Mohammed Ba, trying to be with him as well. We're talking about Mohammed Ba, maybe not today. We are seeing these people hanging around in the convoy with President Joseph Yeman Boakai, doing persuasive and impersuasive transferring and cross-flooding, but you will know what I mean. So ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome the great son of the soul, the man from Grand Bassa, the man from the People's Republic of Liberia, Simon Freeman. Mr. Freeman, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Witherspoon, and permit me before we start the show to just thank you for your resilience, your perseverance, your consistency. It's not easy to be successful and to persist with what you do. When you had challenges recently, people thought the Spoon program was over. But far from that, people like us who succeed are resilient. We keep pushing even in the face of difficulties. And I just want to, in this public manner, celebrate your strength, your resilience, your persistence. All of the things that you started are still alive. All of the radio stations are still working. And I think that's commendable. In our country, when you have challenges from the private sector perspective, people from the public service tend to celebrate it. I'm sure nobody came to ask you, how can we help? They were all wishing, okay, yeah, finally he's going to be brought up. But here you are, surviving, resilient, strong. People like you represent some of the images that our young people need to be aware of, to learn to copy, that even in the face of prosperity, you will have challenges, and when you have them, you must persist. And after that, there will be success. So I just want to thank you in a very special way. And you know, I've said this to you behind the scenes, but I thought since I'm on the show to just say it.
Thank you very much. And we do appreciate the kind words again. Through it all, we want to be grateful to God. Like the songwriter would say, through it all, hallelujah, through it all, I learned to trust in Jesus.
Amen.
I learned
Learn
to trust
to
in
trust in
God.
God. That's good.
Through it all, hallelujah, through it all, I learned. Finish up, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Freeman said thank you, round like that. So we got Mr. Freeman in studio. Listen, Mr. Freeman, you are firing, and I know I have this video. Hey, please don't take it down. Let's play something of what Mr. Freeman is saying. We're going to bring the show up to speed. Whenever you're joining us, share the show. It's going to be firing tonight. We're going to have the guys coming on. We got a lot to talk about. We got evidence. We got videos. We got recording. We will share with you. Sit back, relax, enjoy your evening right now. It's 9:14, like, bro, you're not going anywhere. Please don't lie and say you're going to buy a battery. That means that you're leaving your wife, you're going somewhere. Stay home. Listen to the show. Don't cross carpet. Don't do nothing. We are here to give you nothing but the best. Let me play this, Mr. Freeman. We just get right into it.
Right.
I know you are mad. There's something burning in you. But this is something I have not seen in you or heard from you for a very long time. Let me play some of the videos.
This year, which is really sad. But let's do an analysis of the EPS budget. The EPS budget is spending $6.4 million on salaries. It confuses me. You guys have friends in the EPS. They don't make $1,000. But even if every EPS officer was earning $1,000, it means that if you divide 1,000 by 6.4 million, it means you got 6,400 EPS personnel. It's bigger than the army. It's bigger than the national police. Why do you need 6,400 persons? So how much people in the EPS? Is a question that you need to ask. You see, these are the things they do. They will hide extra expenses in certain structures and make it look like the executive mansion is small or the state budget is small, but then they hide it through these things. Why would salaries for the EPS be 6.4 million? Why? I really don't understand. If you took $1,000 salary, it means one EPS officer makes almost 10 times what a police officer makes. These are really critical issues. We urge the public to demand and understand security, police, army, all of them, NSA, all contribute a detachment to these people. So you have all of these structures. Why do you need to be spending all this money on this? There is no justification to be spending 9.
Give me one more minute on this one real quick.
About the people in government. That's what's going to happen. These guys can talk. In fact, these guys are able to sell ice baths to the Eskimos. Even when you're in a cold region and you don't need ice baths, these guys will say, you need to buy the ice bath. They can talk. These boys can talk, but they bring nothing to the table. And when we go, you will begin to understand that this whole budget is a joke and that these guys, if I have my chance, will have them arrested and we will hold them accountable for the kinds.
I want to start right there. You said the entire budget is a joke. Let's start from that line. The whole budget is a joke. And when I have my chance, you speak it, we will arrest them. Welcome to the show and talk to us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Witherspoon. Thank you. The truth is Liberia is a very poor country. A country of about 5-point-something million people, but say about 4.5 million of our people are really, really poor. You go from point to point. Don't go too far. Don't even leave Montserrat. You go to schools in Montserrat County, right? The classrooms are nothing to write home about. Health centers are nothing to write home about. People in Montserrat, don't go too far. West Point, Slipway, Claratown, Vitan, Dole Community, on the Gardnersville Belt, Stockton Creek, all those areas. You see the level of poverty and deprivation in our people. I'm not even going far. You've been to Monrovia, Sierra Leone. You've gone to places. You probably know it. Your journalists in studio know it. One day I was in Claratown a couple of years ago, just on a camping show, and I was forced to stop. And it hurt me. I saw a woman. She had cooked the white rice, and you know what she had for soup? She had oil for soup, red palm oil. She sprinkled over it. And I think she had about 10 bowls, and I stopped and said, "Is this all you eating?" She said, "My son, what to do?" I felt so pain, and these are the people that the government represents. These are the people that braved the storm. They were quite disappointed about some of the outcome they thought had not been realized. Then you become president with a so-called rescue agenda and a rest agenda. And then what happens is you have all of these structures and money is just being filtered. How can the EPS have a 9.1 million US dollar budget? This is money collected from taxes, operations in Liberia, go into the tax envelope. This money is supposed to develop the country. And they just play with the money. You know, throw it this place, throw it that place. And the real people that are the beneficiary of the money get nothing. People born in poverty, great-grandparents born in poverty, great-grandchildren are living poverty years later, while few people that work in government get so successful. And that's why some of us, when we're speaking, we speak with that degree of anger, because it doesn't have to be that way. And all of these state institutions that we create, I think you saw the other one that I read, all of these, look, National Housing and Savings Bank closed years ago. Why are we giving them $50,000 every year? Then you have LEC. Tell me, everybody in Liberia, including state institutions, paying current. Why paying current bill? Why are we giving LEC 50 million US dollars? And then you may not know that. If you look in the budget, and these are things we'll look at, Lofa County alone, of all of the hospitals to be renovated this year, there are 3 hospitals in Lofa County. The Talawayan, one of the hospitals taking 1 million, the other 2 are taking 400,000 each. All of the other counties do not have hospitals to renovate. Grand Bassa Hospital needs to be renovated. Riverside Hospital needs to be renovated. Seeing as born, why couldn't you spray, or why must Lofa County win the day? And when these things happen, then you say, oh, we have an expanded budget. Let's flip it. Last year, you anticipated a collection of 890 million. From your core budget, you're collecting about 900 and something million. Can you not use that excess collection and pump it into private sector development for job purposes? Must it go to increase budget for these public institutions? If the legislature could operate with, say, 33 million last year, why can't they remain within that scope? Why must an increased revenue lead to an increased expense to these institutions? Increased funding to these institutions. And when you look at those things, it is very irritating, because we are a poor country. And then the same Liberian officials will go to Cote d'Ivoire right next to, and they say, wow, the country is developing. They go to Ghana, Nigeria, they see wow, the country is developing. Why can't we make our country livable with the resources we have? It's not, those of us in business know, it's not about how much money you have. It's how you spend what you have that lead to progression. That's why we say the budget is a joke. Oh, you muted, Mr. Witherspoon. You muted.
Yeah, let's talk about this EPS though. And I know you said a lot about it. I want us to do it just, in section.
Right. Let me go back to that.
Is our country, what was actually happening? Why do you think? Maybe the government is not talking to you. We all know that. But why will a rescue government increase? What the main reason they increase the EPS budget? And I want to put it up. What's the main reason? So let's just say something. Overall, I thought President Bouakai should be fighting to decrease the wasteful spending in every sector. The NSA, EPS, the executive mansion, the Capitol building. Even if that $1, why do you think is the president increasing and agreed to increase? Is the president not fighting for Liberian people?
You know
EPS, because the last time our budget spending brought about 2 bulletproof cars. $1.4 million went out the window without any PPCC, nothing. That was a whole lot of confusion.
Right.
What's going on with EPS? And every year it will go up. Mr. Freeman, the Liberian people themselves believe that President Bouakai should be fighting for them. But is he fighting for himself and those ministers around him?
So, when you look at the budget, some of the reasons why I call it joke, but let me start with the EPS budget. So the EPS entire budget in itself is 9.1 million, like I said. But then don't forget, the president and vice president get the police, that's also assigned to them. The NSA, the army, also has a detachment assigned to the president. So the president is double protected. And the reason is simple, they don't want one group of security personnel around the president for the purpose of balancing security collection. But I was quite concerned about the payroll. They moved $6.4 million to EPS salaries. And I'm like, okay, this is serious. 6.4 million. I know people in the EPS don't even make 500 and something. Some of them make less than that. Police officers that are on the street make $150. How is the EPS budget 6.4 million? Even if you did a ratio of $1,000, like I said, then you're talking 6,400 personnel. This is how these guys had money. And for me, I gave up in President Boyka months ago. After that $10 million FOIA project came about, the executive mansion that is quick to insult politicians, Ministry of Information, quick to respond, have not said a word about the FOIA project. But it's the same President Boyka that is dismissing other people for corruption and keeps corrupt people around. So for me, I think it's just a show. Throw other people under the bus to protect yourself, but then continuously perpetuate your gain. I believe that $6.4 million is going to, Joe Boyka. He uses that money because there is no way the EPS payroll would be $6.4 million. Then we're going to other things, you'll be surprised. Ministry of Finance payroll is $11.4 million. Ministry of Finance. And then the LRA that got a lot more employees, payroll is less than the Ministry of Finance payroll. So when we open this budget, Mr. Witherspoon, you'll be shocked to see the things they're hitting in this budget. And other Ministry of Internal Affairs will look at the multiple 15 million, total $25 million that they have hitting. I don't know where this money is going, but that's how they move the money around in our country. And we have an opportunity to discuss that.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You are saying that these monies were placed in different sectors of the budget to be given to the president, like the EPS?
I believe that because the budget is the president's budget.
Have you investigated whether we have new employment, increased employment within EPS? Is there any changes that you know of?
Do you have 6,400 people working for the EPS? No. You don't have 6,400. The EPS, if you go to the mandate of the EPS, which I can read to you, is to provide security for the president and the first family, the vice president and his family, and selected officials. So if the president decides Mr. Witherspoon qualifies for presidential security, then they will give that to you. But the entire police of the Republic of Liberia that is spread nationwide is less than 5,000. So how come EPS is about 6,400 using a salary range of 1,000, which is not the case? So somebody needs to explain to you and I, how is the EPS paid salary is $6.4 million. And the people that were harmonized, nobody's having a discussion on their payroll. But there is something else about the EPS. I did an analysis, right? And it will shock you like you heard me say. Let me give you some figures that will shock you. Our young students are going to school, right? And this year, we're still going to have lots of students with all chairs, lots of students with all teaching materials. So the EPS gets $353,000 for repair and maintenance of vehicles. Why the Ministry of Education curriculum development gets $20,000 for the whole year? And let's compare that. That's the EPS is only taking care of the first family and the second family and their select nominees. They get $353,000. Then we get $28,000 for teachers' education, teachers' training under the Ministry of Education. But the EPS get $552,000 for fuel allotment. Then the EPS also gets $600,000 for intelligence services, even though you have the NSA that gets increased support, and the police also collects intelligence, the army collects intelligence, but the EPS gets $600,000. These are all unaudited amounts. Have you ever heard of auditing the EPS before? No. You're not supposed to audit those security organizations. There is a law on the books, especially places like NSA, because they have these huge operational funds. But $600,000 for intelligence services. Not just that, the EPS also get $200,000 for special operations, meaning $800,000. How much is a lawyer under the Ministry of Education? $1.3 million for teaching services. $1.3 million for teaching services. But let's go to Mr. Boyka himself. On our own ministry, you know, the Ministry of State is only established to take care of the president. It's for Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs. They get $1.3 million for special operations. It's a Witherspoon. The money in our country. If somebody told you we are broke, no, we're not broke. Our people are spending money like drunken sailors. Because this is money, if you took even $10 million and you decided, look, we're going to invest it in housing services this year, you can take that money from the central bank, loan it to the commercial bank, and say any Liberian that qualifies can borrow up to $50,000 to build a house and pay over a 6 years period at an interest rate of 4% is going to change. You know, in Nigeria and Ghana, when I'm in my property in Ikoyi, Nigeria, when you look outside, you see such a beautiful view. In Ghana, a beautiful view. All right. But in Liberia, when I stand from my office, the 7-story building and look down, busman, all you see is just rotten zinc shafts. The view is not so beautiful. But those things don't concern the people. And when you talk about it, some guy comes and says something derogatory about you. They never discuss the issue. You know, I was telling somebody in Nigeria, the opposition is alive and vibrant. Same as Ghana. When they attack the government, you know what the government does? The government representatives and spokesmen come with counterfacts and evidence and engage them. And there is a healthy exchange, and the journalists are part of it. But you say something healthy, nobody's going to come and discuss EPS budget because they're hiding issues, and so they can't confront the reality. But they come, and the best thing they can do is to attack you.
Mr. Freeman, Yekes Zobe gave us the EPS Director Sam Gay photo. We want to welcome Thomas to the show. Thomas, it's good to see you. Mr. Freeman, as always, we appreciate you whenever you join us. Sam Gay, the EPS Director, he have to, these folk have to tell the Liberian people why they increase their budget. What's the security rates to the first and second family? What are some of the improvement and technology improvement in their surrounding? All of the blue, they increase the budget. And you're right though, Liberia will not hear anything they want with slide. We'll go to December 2026 and talk about 2027 proposed budget. The whole 2026 budget will slide because you know what they're doing right now? The lawmakers then are going through a lumber line and just going to agree and approve it. But we're eating the money, we're getting kickback. And Mr. Freeman, we discussed this with international folks. They said Liberians robbing themselves.
Right.
Today, when you were calling me, I was in a meeting, and, you know, they're saying that we are stealing from ourselves. Who will explain to the Liberian people why President Boyka would not explain it? The executive marshal when I said why. But not only the EPS, not only Sam Gay couldn't come to tell us why they bought bulletproof vehicle and they used $1.4 million. They didn't say it till we broke that news. But what are your major concerns here? Do you think by next year again this thing going to go up, Mr. Freeman? Every year we claim a little bit, claim a little bit. What are you thinking? Let that review with EPS. Do you think it's going to go up again?
Oh no. Basically, yes, they're going to keep rising. You see, the thing is, it's a black hole. You can't change a winning formula. Last year, you stole through allocations to the EPS. You stole through allocations to LEC. So why change the winning formula? Continue the formula. For me, you know, look, this whole thing about exploiting our own people, we have to change that. You're talking about rates to the president. You go further. You have a National Security Council. We're open all of that. But this EPS alone, I'm quite concerned. Nobody has dealt with that. Why is the EPS payroll 6.4 million? Why is that? Because the EPS, let's assume there are about 300 EPS officers, which I think is a fair number. Not even put it to 500, which I think is a fair number. That number of people in the EPS, even if you have 500 people, and you just took, if you have 500 people and you multiply it by 1,000 times 12 months, you're going to be talking, hold on, you're talking 500 people times 1,000, that's 500,000 times 12 months, you're going to be talking about $6 million. The EPS doesn't have that. The payroll is not $5 million. I mean, it's not $1,000. So why are we having that problem in the first place? Those are the issues we are asking. So they need to come up and provide that clarity for all to understand. This is public resources. If an issue is raised, come and provide clarity. You may have an information that we may not be privy to. But when you look at the analysis of the budget itself, and then you go to your sources and get the budget document from the Bureau of the Budget that is now under the Ministry of the Finance Development Planning, and look at the structure. Because let me tell you how the budget process works. Each ministry and agency submits the budget to the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning to the budget section. They will analyze it. You could request for more. They will do all of the analysis, and then they give you an amount. And then that's why each institution has what we call budget officer. And it goes through that process. You get the approval, then it gets onto the budget. The budget is then structured. The budget is the president's budget. That's why the message in the budget comes from the president. The president, as head of the executive, then submits it to the legislature for passage. When it is passed, then it goes back to the executive for execution, means it's been approved. So we're asking these questions, give us answers, they are not.
So, Mr. Freeman, we're going to welcome the latecomers on the show. I'm sorry, but it's good to have them. Mr. Freeman, this is scary. Liberian people, folks are watching you to say thank you for coming on, because I think you're saying something that is of concern here. I'd love to keep it simple, Mr. Freeman. This government came to rescue. Sam Gay, a lot of trouble been behind him. And listen, I would say my own people can say what they want to say. But can't you believe that you are telling the Liberian people tonight the money in the EPS, without any new recruitment, without any increase in technology, whatever as it remains right now, the money in the EPS right now, let me put this up real quick. And this is, there you go. The grand total is $9.1 million. The compensation, you are right, is $6.4 million for 2024. It jumped from 6.1. The all terms were 4.9. It goes to 6.4. What are some of the new things? Why you think the rescue now not rescuing the Liberian people though? But Sam structure of budget. We went to the president. The president accepted it. I want to get President Bouaga involved in this. Do you think he's looking at this budget issue? Do you think he knows exactly what these guys put in the budget, Mr. Freeman?
So in essence, the budget is the president's budget. Like you are the CEO for your Spoon Network.
But so, Mr. Freeman, you will look at it though.
Right.
But my question is, do you think in actuality, President Biden?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to give you now. The way the government works, you have the Minister of Finance appointed by the president. The president has at the Ministry of State a Minister for Economic Affairs. So what the president, that's what you see we were saying, let go of this Martian, let go of the Ministry of State. What the president is supposed to have a team of economic experts, 5-6 people that are economic experts who you don't expect the president to sit down and look at every line in the budget. No CEO has that time. but the president will be briefed step by step to say, these are the contents, these are your thematic areas. You say you want to spend money on agriculture. This is what's in this. This is what Ministry of Finance is doing in terms of what they have. So the president needs to have a team around him that is capable enough to advise him. If the president doesn't have that, that's his problem. You remember James Fromoya? He was Elections Commission chair. His special assistant wrote a letter, and that letter led to his resignation. You remember? All of you guys remember that. So in every respect, the president takes responsibility. So when we attacking him. We say, no, Mr. President, you're spending $1.8 million for renovation of hospitals in Lofa this year, but you're not renovating any hospital in Grand Bassa County. No hospital in all of these other counties. Why is Lofa so high on the priority this year? We say, look, Mr. President, if you didn't look, then look. Under your Ministry of State, you're spending $361,000 for fuel and lubricants. But then right under the same Ministry of State where the EPS is attached, you're spending $552,000 for fuel and lubricant. If you put that together, that's almost $1 million between the EPS and the Ministry of State that is being spent just on fuel and lubricants. And that's equivalent to the total quantity of money allotted for educational services in the retired republic. He needs to have his experts to look at that. Let's even assume the Minister of Finance is not frank with him. That's his problem. That's his budget.
So I agree with you, that's his budget. I agree with you, that's his problem. I want to bring in Tama. We're going to welcome Emmanuel George. We're going to bring in Jefferson Chelsea. My friend, it's going to be a wonderful show today. We'll talk about Oronto and the very bad deal. We'll talk about Oronto in a very special way because if you remember this man, Atta Easy, the Igwe from Nigeria, the president gave him 4 All Blacks. Nothing, no, zero signing bonus. The man will take it, he will go enjoy himself and come back and say, I will pay Sepe. But who's going to agree? Will the lawmakers agree? My friend, it's going to be a powerful show. We're also going to talk about this very dangerous ambassador at large under Joseph Yaman Boyka, the man that carrying the Liberian passport, but now we learn that he's the one that involved in serious money laundering, funding money, transporting money from one country to another on behalf of himself and other Liberian government officials. We have that story. We have a story that he presented himself during the George Manawia time as a CIA agent working on behalf of the American government to prevent people from getting on sanction. We have that story. Those he worked along with, we will call their name. Again, guys, join us. Let's have a great show today. Once you open Pandora box, you cannot close it, my friend. My brother Tamba, let's go back to Mr. Freeman. Mr. Freeman is our guest for tonight. Let's talk to him. What's your question?
Yeah, thank you, CEO, and good evening to you. And good evening, Mr. Freeman. Welcome to the show. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Our panelist. It's always a pleasure to be here to speak about Liberia, and I appreciate your candid criticism about the budget process. Liberia, I think this is a perennial problem that we are dealing with across Liberian government system. Your math, though, on the EPS seems a bit fuzzy. The EPS in their budget say that they have 603 staff, and then your assumptions that everyone should be paid $1,000 also seem a bit flawed, because I think there are hierarchy, there are agents, there are special agents, there are officers and supervisors, etc. So salaries will not be uniform across the board. But I'd like to hear more about constructive criticism and recommendation. In one of your recommendations, when you did your press conference, you said that
Can I hold you right there?
Yes.
You have the time. Let me hold you.
Okay, sure.
You just told the guest that his math is off. Let me address it. When I said that in passing, Mr.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. That's very brilliant. So, Mr. Agahas, right? How you pronounce your last name?
Agalas, yes.
Agalas. So, Mr. Agalas, what I did was I did a broad figure of $1,000. I'm fully aware with the hierarchy. The director, the deputy director, assistant directors would make different, and the different leaders would make different amounts. So we took a broad amount to have an appreciation of the number and the amount. But you seem to have some specifics, and you said it's flawed. Could you tell me what's the least salary in the SSS? I mean, in the EPS?
Well, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I have the numbers of the budget, and that's why I'm speaking from, Mr. Freeman. So when we make an assumption or we want to analyze or criticize, we should be specific instead of making a broad
You
brush.
want to be specific, but you don't have the numbers.
No, I have the numbers.
You cannot have it both ways. You want to be specific, but you don't have the numbers. So now wait when you get the numbers, then you bring up in one argument.
Let me ask you a question. I have the numbers, the budget we are looking at. Let me ask the CML a question.
Tama, don't skip and say, let me ask the CML now. Well, I want to learn myself. You said they have 603 staff.
Yes, that's what's reported in the budget, yes.
That's why it's reported in the budget, 603, right? But you don't know the different salary pattern of those ministers, assistant ministers, directors, assistant directors, whatever. You don't have that. So then, since you're looking at it, call this man, call this guy. You know him, you related to him. Call your friend, Sam Gay, and ask him. He will give you the breakdown. But anyway, that's your question. Mr. Freeman, you want to finish up with?
Yeah, so basically, if you had the base salary, that would help us. But in our respect, we can assume, and it's unfair to assume. So what we did, we just used that broad figure of $1,000 to give us a number. If you say that, look, they have 603, then what is the basic salary of the regular EPS officer? And that will give us an idea. So it's an opportunity for the EPS to provide that clarity. That's why we're asking the hard questions. So, but be that as it may, there is something else. Even though they may come forward, you also recognize the police also serve a detachment with the presidency and the vice president. The NSA does that. The Army does that. So all of these people are providing security services. We are saying it is totally unjustified for those kinds of allotments to be provided to the EPS. And we're comparing a security structure that protects the president to the quantity of money allotted to education in our country. Millions of young children go to school.
Mr. Freeman, do you think that they hire new staff that were additional manpower within the EPS?
Let's assume that was the case. Let's assume broadly that was the case. Let's even give them up to 1,000 employees, even though he says 603, right?
Yeah.
Let's assume there was 1,000 employees. Do you need 1,000 employees for presidential security? For me, the answer is a resounding no for several reasons. The police provide security. So the escorts you see are all merely police escort, police detachment. You all see those convoys. You've all been close to president. The vice president has the same. SSS, the Army, all are with the president. So you have all of these detachments. Then, of course, does it make sense to be spending $552,000 on fuel for EPS and spending $20,000 for curriculum development? That's the debate we should be having. We say we want to educate our young children, but you go to the school, there are no dusters. There are no teaching materials. That the teachers in rural Liberia sometimes have to send students to their farm in order for them to have access to certain things. And then we're saying we're spending $800,000 on special security services around the president, when in fact we just gave the NSA more money. All I'm saying, does these expenditure justify the level of poverty our people are experiencing? The taxation is for our people. It's not for those who collect the money to be spending so much on themselves. So any other information you have, Mr. Agarhas, I would really love that.
Well,
thank you, Mr.
$2.7 million for goods and services. $2.7 million.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta ask. Go ahead with your question, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I want to engage the CMN so we can have some constructive dialogue, right? And
that's what we're doing.
And I want to say where we are coming from. I'm not trying to defend, poke barrels in the budget. That's what we call poke barrels. When you pad budget lines with certain amounts where people are going to use it, that's not going to go to the benefits of the country. We want a budget that is smart. We want a budget that benefits the people, and that's what we advocate for. So in your advocacy, Mr. Freeman, what are some of the constructive recommendations in addition to your recommendation to turn the executive mansion into a hotel or 5-star hotel? Because that's something that we can discuss later.
Thank you so much. So you see, regarding that, I will give you a few things, right? We need to ask ourselves, and I'm starting with the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs. You don't have a Ministry of State for Vice Presidential Affairs. You have $3.4 million or so allotted to the office of the vice president. The president's office has another $3.1 million. But then you have a whole ministry consuming $15 million just for presidential affairs. Let's ask ourselves, you are a father. Your children are out of school. They don't go to school. You make $10,000 a month. You rent expensive apartments in the city to meet your girlfriends. You wear Christian Louboutin shoes. You wear expensive clothes, right? But your children are out of school, and your justification is you work hard for your money. Because these people are elected, should they be spending these kinds of money? We have to sit down and have certain conversations if we want our country to move forward. I'm also of the opinion, should we keep a Ministry of Commerce? Tell me what is the real role of a Ministry of Commerce, other than the fact that it's merely for IPD and order? Can Commerce Ministry tell you how many jobs they've created in conjunction with the Ministry of Labor? The Ministry of Labor can only tell you how many foreigners are in Liberia. You ask them, they will tell you about 22,000 because they collected and anticipated 3,000 from foreigners. But how many Liberians are employed? You know, in America, it's a big deal. Every month they tell you the number of new jobs. They tell you the number of people that basically left the job or job loss. How many jobs? That's why the Millennium Challenge Corp said, look, you fail in these areas because you have no structure of job measurement. We have National Insurance Corporation of Liberia, another money-eating place. Who is it insuring? Where has it paid anything? Nothing. But every year, we pay money to a National Insurance Corporation. Mr. Agarhas, gentlemen, we need to sit down within ourselves if we really want to make progress in our country and have these discussions. When I talk to leaders in other African countries, they have some of the same issues we have, but you see, they love their country so much so that they have the hard arguments and they change approach. And one party shows substance over another party. In Liberia, you raise substance, there is insult. National Bureau of Concessions discussing what? He's talking about the Oranto deal. Is it a bad deal? It's bad. The same guy, he couldn't pay $10,000. He sold the oil well for more than $200 million. We didn't get anything. He comes back again several years later, and we're having a discussion. And what are we talking about? Any one of you guys here can do $200,000 for the oil arrangement. Must it be a foreigner? You see, these are the things we're talking about. Then you have Liberia Special Economic Zone Authority, Liberia Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. You probably never heard about that before. What aircraft do we have? What investigation do we have? But that's taking up another quantity of money. National Housing and Savings Bank, money is going there. National Transit Authority. You buy a bus, somebody buys their keke, they're able to get, people buy their pempen. I've spoken to many guys who bought one pempen, for one pempen, they bought multiple pempen. Every year, we buy buses for NTA. And what happened? Nothing. NTA gives nothing back to the profits. Let's open the market. Should we be spending millions of dollars on an NTA? No. For me, sell it, let Mr. Witherspoon or somebody else buy it, and run it as a private infrastructure. It's not going to affect transportation prices on the market. National Housing Authority. The last time we put a block in the ground for a house was under Madam Selig in that place up somewhere there, going towards, after Broadway, going towards Ricks and stuff like that. Somewhere behind, I think they put 22 units there or so. The last major set of construction were under the late former President Torbo. Do finish it up with the Matadi infrastructure. Since then, we have never really had any major infrastructure. And that whole program broke down because of government intervention. If I'm a representative and you, one of my guys, you don't pay rent, I will call the managing director and threaten her. So all the payments broke down. If it is privately run, you're not going to have these issues. Cooperative Development Agency, what do they bring to the table? Liberia Agricultural Commodity Regulatory Authority, Rural Renewable Energy Agency, Liberia Water Hygiene Sanitation Commission. What is that? Liberia Water is Liberia Forestry Training Institute, Agriculture and Industrial Training Bureau, National Veterans Bureau, National Commission on Disability, National Food and Feed Safety Authority. People have money auditing. National Food Assistance Agency. So you got National Food and Feed Safety Authority, then you have National Food Assistance Agency. Those structures were established during the 12th administration of our disaster. Since then, we have all of the major disasters we've had. These institutions have not worked. For hundreds of thousands of dollars keep going to them. Then you have the Law Reform Commission. Which law have they reformed since they were even established? Then we have human rights. You know these things, we have to get serious.
We have to get serious. But when you ask the question, which law have they reformed, that's a unique question. And that's exactly why we asked you to come on the show. Because this, I want to connect this, Mr. Freeman, right? There's a reason why the people saw something in President Bouakai, Ambassador Bouakai at the time, to cut waste. To cut up waste.
Right.
Everything you just named. This is what someone said. Mr. Freeman is partly right. Too many unuseful institutions are part of no-use sucking funds from the budget. Those institutions are putting burden on the national budget, and importantly, are also being used to channel funds for corruption. This is exactly what happened. A little year, the brown bag moving around, the brown envelope moving around, and in return, the master getting what he wants or what she wants. This is a problem in our country. That's why we ask for small government and empower seriously, empower investors, empower people out there.
So Mr. Witherspoon, I would just ask you, you establish SPOON, you have a group of panelists, and SPOON have persisted for more than, I think, 4 or 5 years now. Yes. LBS gets $1.9 million US out of the budget. Why? You know, people forget. I remember several years ago, in the 70s, when you spoke to a president of Liberia, in the 80s, when you spoke to a president of Liberia and said, let's have a private telecommunication infrastructure, he would say, no. It's an issue of national security. Today, some of the biggest taxpayers in our country, you know who they are? The mobile phone companies. They are the biggest some of the biggest taxpayers in Liberia. But the last time we had LTC, we borrowed another $18 million that today is part of our debt infrastructure. We don't get any money. I talk about a mansion. That mansion was built by the former president, Totma. There was lots of poverty in Liberia, but that was his priority. Totma had a private yacht. Totma built an executive mansion. Think about it. We have an executive mansion, EPS budget, executive mansion budget comes to $24.1 million, gentlemen. We're spending $24.1 million, and we actually spending $15.9 million on education in our country. If you take the entire education budget, it's about 53. But 37 million of that money is just payroll. So that's recurrent. You can't touch that. But the one that's left for development is about 15. Nothing goes on. That's how come we have, imagine, curriculum development. You know what it means? For example, our young children go to school. We decide we want to write a book. You know who are going to school in Liberia? Those who were using this public history book called World History. Christopher Columbus discovered America. I mean, how can you discover? These are the things that we're reading. And we're reading Rip Van Winkle, all the literature books. Today, our young children are still exposed to that. Why can't we invest money in curriculum development so that our young children know more about Liberia, Liberian history, Liberian dynamics? Even if you look at the social structure, young children go to university and they do sociology and they're learning the whole social structure for America and for Europe instead of for Liberia. So curriculum development is extremely important. But you keep an executive mansion, and when I say turn it into a hotel, it's not for prostitution. 5-star hotel is going to make money. It gave money to us. The president doesn't have to operate out of a big building. We have to get serious if we want to develop the country. Either we serious or unserious. Or we want to play party line, or unity party policy, partisan, or this partisan. When it comes to Liberia, you're not unity party partisan. I was just in London.
Let me bring you the
One final minute, sir. I was just in London. When the guy took my passport at immigration in London, he didn't see Pele, Basso, or MPC, or this other party. He saw a Liberian. When I came through America, they all saw a Liberian. When I went through Europe, they saw a Liberian. That's how they look at us, and they value our passport on the basis of the relevance of our country. You live in America. People in America know more about Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, South Africa than they know about Liberia. And Liberia was independent in 1847.
We got a long way to go. We want to say thank you very much, Mr. Freeman, for joining us. Woo! Guys, I told you to draw your popcorn closer. Get closer to your radio or your TV. This will be a foreign one. Are we rescuing the country?
No, we are not.
We're here to rescue, thank Liberia, love Liberia. Together, let's build a beautiful Liberia. You think we're going to do that under this regime? $24 million executive mansion. NSA is what? I mean, can you just ask yourself? Now we have people crying now who gave in the $10-point-something million to the FOIA project. The government has said nothing about that. But we will not stop talking though. It's an embarrassment to the government. But these same people, Mr. Freeman, before Emmanuel George came in, the Jefferson Chesing, these same people went into the Bond County caucus, negotiated with China Union, Mr. Freeman. And those lawmakers, they ate their own people money. Chris Onyenga, they said, my man, you go and represent us. You'll be our own consultant. Take the money, get our own, let eat it. All day today, Musa Dean was there at the time as minister. Clavantin, he was there at the time. Pete Body was the judge. We're going to explain the story. Chris Onyenga got sick. He was in Philadelphia, very sick. They said, well, man, you got to bring yourself home. These people destroy our country for a very long time. But you know what, Mr. Freeman? And I said, but the black guy didn't know. Black guy didn't know that these guys they were bad cat.
Well, you know, I just want to contribute. You know, I had a friend that was Minister of Finance in one country, and a few years ago, but his deputy was very ruthless. So I asked him, I said, why don't you go to the president to remove this deputy? He said, you know what? That deputy is my alter ego. There are things I want to do. I don't have the balls to do it. The guy does it, but I'm still the beneficiary. So if you cannot have a good president and bad people, it's not going to work. You all know that.
So help my Mary understand that line. You cannot have a good president and bad people.
Yeah, so it means Boyka is bad. He's bad, and he's the one facilitating that. You talk about NSA. NSA budget jumped from 14 million to 22 million. So you see that. So you see all of these things. Boyka. So boss now. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Freeman, 1 minute. You said you cannot have a good president and a bad people.
Right.
Mr. Freeman. These are reports coming up that man help people to steal from the people of Bond County. 1,155,000. He presented himself at the time to the George Manawia group as agent working for the United States government. 300,000 every quarter. They used to give it to him. He and other people we know their name will put a picture up. We got a whole story. 300,000. Senator used to give it to this guy to prevent them from getting on sanction. What happened? After the government left power, after they lost the election, all of them went on sanction. The 300,000 they used to gain, they didn't help him. We have that record. He blackmailed someone in this government currently, doing the job where government, blackmailed them, taking hundreds of thousands from them. These people will speak. But I'm pointing this out, knowing what we know right now.
Right.
This person hanging around with him.
Well,
one of the biggest things, this man is moving money from Liberia to the international community, and they are watching him for advisors to the president, moving money to buy properties for them overseas, for lawmakers, this guy is moving money using his diplomatic passport as a means of getting around within the community. Mr. Freeman, what's going on with Mr. President? What else you need? The CTN.com. What else you need? They store the people of Bon County money. The different investment, Bebop 1, Bebop 2, that have Vanny Sherman and Eric Starr and all of them. The man name is there. He was banned for having beauty pageant because he chased on one of the lady, I will call her name. She just said that will come on the show. He was banned. What else, Mr. President? What else you need? When you have this character, this character moving around and say, yes, the Ekumaga, the Nigerian Ekumaga, moving around and say, yes, I got a place to lay my head. We are in trouble. Emmanuel, sorry to waste your time. Let me ask you a question. Today, Friday, is Friday. It stands for F. F, how you spell Friday again? F-R-O. Somebody spell Friday for me. Today, Friday, stands for fire. Because we got to tell the Liberian people the truth. These people are exploiting the budget for their own benefit. They want to enrich themselves because of no hope of coming back. We will get to the Oranto deal. Receiving information that each lawmaker will be signing for 150,000 United States dollars. Can you imagine? But talk to me, Emmanuel. Talk to me, sir. Oh, I see.
Yeah, good evening, Stanton. Good evening, Tama, Jeff. Good evening, Mr. Freeman. How are you today?
My boss man, Mr. Emmanuel George, how are you? It's been forever. Where you been hiding?
Hiding somewhere in the hole. But you are a Liberian businessman, and thank you for coming on the show. A successful one for that matter. We come a long way on this journey, and I've seen how you have progressed. Now, being in the opposition and running business in Liberia, and speaking out against the government, can you share your experience in that area?
Well, I will say clearly that during my years of being in the opposition, I have not had any specific unfavorable engagement. I must be frank. If and when that happens, I'm going to come to the public. But wherever licenses, issues are needed, we build the right relationships and we get them. So clearly, we can say from our side, no one have been able to use our utterances as a basis for unfavorable treatment. If that happens, we will fight back and fight back aggressively. But that hasn't happened.
Thank you. The next point I would like to call with you, with the current economic situation in Liberia and you running a business in Liberia, how, if you were to compare the last couple of years in business, how is the economic situation in Liberia as compared to previous year for a Liberian businessman?
Well, I'll tell you what, the business environment is tough. Typically, we like to massage ourselves with comparison with yesteryears. I like to say that instead of comparing with yesteryears, we need to look at the overall performance of the country versus other countries, right? Can we compare the business environment and the outcome in business with Cote d'Ivoire? I'm sure you will be the first to say no. Can we compare it with Ghana? I'm sure you will say no. Can we compare it with many of the other countries? Will be the first to say no. The reason why you have a wealthy Elon Musk in America is not because he's the most brilliant man in the world. It's because he works in an environment where access to credit is easy. For example, in Liberia, if you were to borrow money, the lending institution takes equity in your business automatically. Think about it. They give you a lending rate of about 14%, right? Then you pay about, I think, 4 or 5% upfront, right? Fee. That's about almost 20%. That once you're getting 20% lending rate, that's you're taking up equity in somebody's business automatically. So you expect a business to be competitive with a 20% lending rate, and then you say you are government that fostering growth. That environment is bad. Other countries are not promoting that. Other countries are providing money to the public, to the private sector through a public-private arrangement where the central banks are giving millions of dollars to the private sector, right, through the lending infrastructure for onward lending to specific projects, and that's enabling certain level of outcome. Do we have that in Liberia? No. For example, look at the budget report. The government of Liberia owes $1.something billion to local lenders. In the last budget, they allotted $63 million to pay back the local lenders, mainly banks. They pay less than 30 million of that money. This year, they say they allotted 158 million. I'm not sure they're going to pay the 150, even though they should have paid about 300 million back. So imagine the government of Liberia owe local lending institutions 1 billion. So the government of Liberia is fighting with individual borrowers that need that money for economic development. Think about it. It's like U.S. government bonds starts to crash with Wall Street. That's going to be a problem once you create an equilibrium of demand. Those are some of the key equilibriums you have to look at. Now, who are the people that buy services? Why is it you go to Ghana, you go to Ivory Coast, even the person that opens the smallest marquise in Cote d'Ivoire has a growth projection. They open it makes progress. In Liberia, you open a restaurant, it breaks down. You go to the other small shop, it's broken down. Because of volume. If my operating cost is more than my revenue, then there's going to be a breakdown. So we don't have volume. Why? Because there are no jobs. Where are the jobs? Where are the jobs government is creating through certain level of partnership? We're still spending money on aircraft accident investigation. We don't have any aircraft. The last aircraft we had was so around 1980. We don't have those things, but then we're still spending money on these things. So instead of spending money on job creation infrastructure, we have these things. So, but the best consolation is, this government better than that government. But have the situations changed? Those situations remain normal. That's why it's easier to invest in other countries and get quick return. If you have 100,000, you go to Ghana, open a restaurant in Liberia, without seeing 100,000 restaurant, and we'll have a challenge. Look, somebody told me about this place in Pinsville. So there's this place, I think Lifestyle something. So I went to see what the person had done there. Nice infrastructure with like a rooftop view, equivalent to another place in Ghana called Clap. But when I went there that day, I sat down for probably 30 minutes just to have a feel, right? And I found out that less than 3 people came that evening to the guy place within the 30 minutes that I sat there, because I was from like about 8 o'clock. I just sat there for 30 minutes to have a feel. A good investment, very good investment, or poor patronage. In the end, that business quality or service will start to drop. The same thing happened with hotels in Liberia. You asking for visas for people to come to Liberia. Mauritius is not asking for visa. Seychelles is not asking for visa. Seychelles and Mauritius are making more money. All of the countries that are not asking for visa, including Kenya, are making more money from tourism. We're still asking for visa, and so the patronage is less. We have not invested any money in tourism per se. So you see, all of these issues are creating bottlenecks for growth. Now let's take our airport. How many passengers? The last time I said 100, somebody said no, it's jumped to 200 and something. So 200 and something passengers out of Liberia to and fro for one whole year. Not even put it at 300,000. Is that sufficient for business services? Why do you think our restaurants at the airport don't add up? So these are the issues that hide the economy. If a government is spending less money on itself and spending more on the private sector in terms of those kinds of engagements, then you will have more investment, more outcome, more jobs. And if you sell even water in a country, it will prosper. Then everybody don't have to try to be senator or representative or deputy minister or assistant minister just to prosper. That's how come when one government goes down, the guy who was riding the big car, now he's riding keke. Now he's struggling to get back in, because it is only when he is in government that he can live like Mr. Witherspoon. So with Mr. Witherspoon becomes his enemy because he's successful.
Thank you very much.
I hope I tried to answer your question.
Then are you done, right, Emmanuel George? We're going to bring in Jefferson Chesson. Jeff?
Yes,
welcome to the show. It's good to have you, Jeff.
Thank you, CEO. And Mr. Fremont, how are you this evening? You've been somebody that I've been following meticulously because of the kind of, information you provide on national issues. One question I want to ask you, and I hope you answer, in detail. Do you think this budget, this $1.2 billion budget, does it represent the arrest agenda? Is it promoting the arrest agenda that has been promoted by the Unity Party? Does the budget support what they say they want to do for our country? Is it in alignment with the agenda of the Unity Party?
So Bossman, Mr. Chesson, thank you so much. A very beautiful question. Let me put it this way. The way we as business people measure business outcome, let's take Spoon, and I want to use Spoon platform. Mr. Witherspoon decided, I'm going to set up a communication infrastructure in Liberia that will be competitive and big. One, I will acquire a few radio stations. I will set up an online infrastructure. 4 years later, is Spoon still relevant? It's a resounding yes. Some of the initial guests today, his host, you are one of the co-hosts on the show. You have a whole platform. He's always reaching out. He has a whole line of people. The question that we should ask each other, in 24 months, are we still massively importing rice? Yes. Have we even stopped the importation of rice by even 5%? No. In the last 24 months, have we invested in our legal justice system so that when you go to court, cases are adequately adjudicated? No. Do you know how many cases on the Supreme Court docket? And the reason why is there, multiple, but let's look at some of them. An associate justice. Do you know how many lawyers work with an associate justice? Typically, you're supposed to have 5 professional lawyers because you're talking about 200 and something cases. The way the case work, one lawyer, one judge, if he's giving case A, he mixes, he comes out with his conclusions and shares it with his colleague. So imagine if there are 20 cases they're dealing with that goes around, you alone as an associate justice, are you able to deal with that? If you have a team of capable people, you can assign some of those to different people. Same as judges. One judge is just one judge. All he has is a clerk. We need to invest money in those kinds of things for delivery. Is it any better? You tell me. I live in Liberia. I wouldn't tell you that. The reason why, because we're not investing money in those things. So on the one hand, we have a political arrest agenda. On the other hand, when we go to spend our money, we spend it differently. So in every respect, Mr. Chesson said, I want to get a master's degree. Mr. Chesson pays $2,000 a month. Mr. Chesson is a guy who used to, every evening, he wants to stop to the nightclub, entertain his guys. He wants to buy beer for them, have fun. Everybody say, oh, Mr. Chesson here, Mr. Chesson here. But then in the end, Mr. Chesson at the end of the month has not been saving the $500 he needs to save in 12 months to be able to get his master's. The question is, in 12 months, how much has he saved for his master's degree? That's the question we should be asking. Is Liberia any better 24 months later than it was all these years? No. Why? Because we still maintain the same structure. Importantly, to close up on your question, we forget when Liberia was formed, it was formed by a group of people called Americo-Liberians that came to Liberia. People forget that they were using a governance methodology, a large government, and there was this slogan called, do not forget the pioneers' children. So every time ministries and agencies were created, where's the Ministry of National Security now? Where's the National Bureau of Investigation? Those were all things that existed in the early 80s. Later on, they've been shut down because they were only accommodation infrastructures. Those things still exist today. How was the Ministry of Transport created? McLeod Dapo, under the late former President Doe, was the Minister of Commerce. Then they figure, well, let's take off for commerce and we have to find somewhere. So they created a Ministry of Transport. It was Ministry of Commerce, Transport, and Industry. Do we have any real compelling infrastructure to create a Ministry of Transport? No. So you see how Liberia has been run? That's how it's been run. I want to accommodate Mr. Chesson. I created. What's the justification for minister, deputy minister for administration, assistant minister for administration, director for administration, deputy director for administration? There's one administration. How many officers is going to have? Until we get serious then we're not going to change our country. So that's what's sucking up all of the money. And every year, the people get nothing. You look in the budget, boss man. If you're an accountant, you understand this budget. If you did economics, you understand this budget. Nothing's there. Absolutely nothing is there for the people. The biggest beneficiary of this budget is President Burger. He got $24.something million that he's consuming this year. And we say, oh, we're trying to change the country. We have to get serious. So people are saying the money you've collected, that's why I said we need to amend the PFM law of Liberia. The PFM law of Liberia set a cap on borrowing. It said you can't borrow more than 60% of your GDP. We also need to put in our PFM law, you cannot spend more than 60% or 40% of collected revenue on bureaucratic arrangement. It means that there will be a cap on all of these institutions. But every time you collect more money, legislature will say, well, our operator on 31, give me 60. It will go to 5 billion. You'll see the legislature budget will probably go to probably $200 million. Is that the country we want? I don't think so. You and I don't want that.
We want to say thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff. Your last question. Yes, go ahead.
So in almost 2 years under the Unity Party-led government by Joseph Boakai, has anything changed? Has there been any reform? Has anything changed significantly in our country?
Well, Mr. Chesson, most probably you have data and statistics that I don't know of, but maybe you could help me. Let me put it back to you. What do you think have changed in 2 years? Is it that we reduced our rice import, or is it that importation of commodities to Liberia have changed, or is it that we are converting our raw materials, or is it that we now know how many people are employed? Is it that we can say specifically the thousands of students that graduated from school in the last 24 months, these are the places they are working? Somebody need to tell me. I don't want anybody to tell me, oh, we gave LDA 15 pickups after thousands of people march on the streets. Even though the LDA budget is about what the EPS budget swallows in more than 5,000, but we say we're fighting drugs. I really want to understand, or maybe it's the buses he got in. According to people, they say it's 35, it's not 15, but what we've seen is that number. But be that as it may, you get up, you consume all this money, then you get in buses. What was the reason for getting in buses to Rara? Was it not to issue? Was it not to say to the people, I'm doing well for you, and the people are saying, Bossman, you're not doing well? And I think Boakai forgets. You see, our people, some of them don't talk. When they're unhappy with you, you know, Mr. Chesson, you owe enough to know in 1990, the late former president Doe never believed that the Liberians would have jumped onto the streets in 1980. You remember? I mean, in 1990. And when they started marching the streets and said, monkey, calm down, that was when Monrovia shut down. Since it was never restored, and then all of the crisis started. The people of Liberia has a way of expressing. Maybe Boakai will come to that reality soon. And if somebody like Simeon Freeman is president and Boakai is allowed, all of these guys, I will have them arrested. That whole thing, all these multiple organizations they have, I'm going to close down those organizations, set up one that works, and will deal with it. All this noise about audit report. The governing system will change because we're going to transition from post-mortem audit to de-risking. So in that way, you control. All of the organizations that run, we don't do audits, we do de-risking. So we have a risk department that checks in advance.
Allow me, sir, before we get on Mr. Russell, Brother Russell, welcome to the show. Are you saying you will arrest President Boakai if you become president in 2029?
You can rest assured that not just President Boakai, all of his cohorts that are looting the country.
I care less about those. Hold on 1 minute, Jeff. I care less about those other ministers than because they will go to court. But everybody always quoting Article 61, I believe, or 51, something of that nature. That everything that is done under the presidency is immune from any arrest. So I think the misunderstanding that if you can prove no, hold on, Mr. Freeman. You open telling the nation that no matter what, you will arrest President Boakai. You got to explain why. Why will you arrest President Boakai? Why will you instruct your justice minister to go to the former president's house, then he will be former president, and issue out a writ of arrest to bring him to court? Why?
So it's simple, Mr. Witherspoon. You know, in 24 months, President Boakai could not even pay his health bill. He was a sister. President Boakai didn't even have 2 cars Probably he was being lent vehicles. In 24 months, we see an elaborate infrastructure being erected in 4 years. And you have nothing to say? All of these misplacements in the budget, who do you think will who? It is the president's budget. Once we can establish through a professional detailed evaluation that funds were misapplied, the president will have to answer. He's going to be the #1 man. You see all this story about we arrest the other person. You know that whole thing of you can't arrest the president, but you go after officials? No, we're going to be clear cut. You see, we have to set precedent. America is not a developed country because it wanted to. They set up structures, and today hundreds of thousands of Liberians go to Europe. They come to America, and they enjoy the good life. They enjoy the availability. You see what you started the show with? Water, electricity is reliable. Internet is reliable. Why does these things work? Because when you take money from people, you must account for those things. Under the circumstance, if somebody say this other article say it protects the president, then we want to test those articles and let the Supreme Court say, no, this other guy that still has to go scot-free. But we test them. And President Boyka should pray. You notice something has shifted. Even though 2029 is a couple of years away, we're not waiting for 2029. We are aggressively going out like 2029 is this year. And we want to change that narrative that there are only 2 parties in the country. And somebody like me, God's willing, when I succeed, we'll go after all of those people that have built a living. How come when a man is in government, Mr. Witherspoon, he looks so good? When he leaves government after 6 months, then he looks like somebody that I've never ridden keke before. We'll go after that.
Will you also go after the former President George Manawea?
In every respect, we establish all the details and go after everybody that has hurt the country. We're not going to leave any window. If you hurt the country, we're going to go after you.
What will be your, as of now, what will be your charges? What will be your reason of going after President Boyka? Only the four.
So in the case of President Boyka, you know, when you become president, you become president on a social contract. The social contract is Mr. George comes to me and say, look, Mr. Freeman, bring $50 and we want to build a house. So every one of us put $50 together to build a house. We got a house value is $500. Mr. George doesn't build a house. We hold him on that. If you're taking our money and just spending it anyhow on yourself and on the different things that you say are of interest to you, we're going to hold you on that. When we start that, then those levels of accountability changes. You see, when we begin to set these examples, then it becomes interesting. Look in Liberia today. You dismiss the man, but you don't prosecute him. But the guy from the former government, you after him and prosecuting him. So the guys that steal now, you say, go and sin no more. Because I'm not even giving the opportunity to sin again. But the guys from the past, you go after them. It's all a political thing. Just in the last couple of weeks when the noise started to rise to the heavens, $10 million project, talk about it. Then poof, they went. Finabono stole $6 million. Finabono's daughter is this. But the same people will not tell you what happened with a full-year project. And 1 minute is owned by what? Mano River Union. Mano River Union said they don't own this. Now everybody's gone mute. Every time the issue rises up, then somebody diverts it. Minister of State knows nothing about it. Minister of Public Works knows nothing about it. The information people that are very good at talking can't say anything. And these are the things we have to deal with. That's what we're saying. Giving the opportunity for the presidency, we change that. When you start to arrest people, it creates a clear responsibility delineation that when you become president, it's not an opportunity to just spend the tax dollars irresponsibly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Fremont, Mr. Simon Fremont, again from MPC. He's our guest tonight. Share the show. Let's make progress. A lot to be discussed tonight. We are digging deeper. We are bringing new revelation. But first of all, my first time hearing you saying this, that you will arrest President Boyka on day 1. This is huge. Let's hear you, Mr. Russell. Excuse me. Mr. Russell, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to all who are watching the show. I'd like to say, please share the show and welcome again to you, Mr. Freeman. It's great interacting with you. I have 2 quick questions for you. One is that you seem to have a very good grasp of the budget, of the economy. You are a successful businessman. So in the wings, you know, we have Musa Bility, who is a current lawmaker, also a very successful businessman. And we also have Mr. Alexander Cummings. At least these are folks who we know. There may be others out there, but I'm just talking about people who at least have said openly that they are interested in being the next president of the Republic. So you have Mr. Cummings, internationally recognized, very successful businessman, a former corporate executive here in the United States. And we have you too, who is very interested in that job. You've spoken about that, very successful businessman as well. What makes you different than at least those two individuals, all successful business folks? What can you say in very succinct terms, the distinction between Simeon Freeman and Musa Bility and Alexander Cummings?
So I'm not sure whether I have followed. Thank you so much, Mr. Russell. Are you related to the late Willard Russell?
Yeah.
That's your brother, father?
No, cousin.
Oh, okay. All right. He's a wonderful man, a very good friend. That's why I asked. Let me go straight to your thing. Like I said, I haven't listened much to Mr. Cummings and Mr. Bility, and it's good that successful brothers in the country want to be president. Recently, when Mr. Musa Bility business was attacked, he and I appeared jointly on a show on OKFM. In fact, I encouraged that. I called him and said, look, we volunteer our voice to ensure that we jointly work together to protect your interests in the private sector as well. Having said that, what we're asking for are a few things. One, I'm probably the first person saying we want a very small government. I'm probably the first person that I've said I will shut down about 40 to 60% of the existing institutions, some of which have been named. The biggest question has been, what do you do with all these people working? And I said, we will put them on payroll for 24 months while we're transitioning them to the private sector. So a smaller government will ensure we have money that we can actually loan to the private sector for growth. People forget, America is great, China is great, India is great, Europe is great, because they invested in the private sector. In fact, one of the biggest trade issues between America and Europe is farm subsidies, as you very well know. So you see, they invest in the private sector. Simeon Freeman is saying, want to invest in the private sector. The other aspect is, I'm one person that will not be interested in borrowing, in external borrowing. I will do domestic borrowing. Take it from me and check it out. Japan is one of the highest indebted countries around the world. You know why the Japanese debt doesn't hurt it that much? Because they borrow domestically a lot. I want to set up a stock market in Liberia where they can be borrowing. The reason why you have your Mars and Bezos and all these guys, because they have a vibrant stock market. Instead of me going through all of the headache of borrowing, I can easily borrow from a market. Same thing that has happened since the stock market came to be in Nigeria. Look what has happened with the Nigerian economic scene in terms of some of the industrialists. I will give you an example. When I look at the numbers, I think about 2 years ago, you should check that out, the central bank report. On Momo transaction alone, we have done more than 2.something billion US dollar Momo transaction. Then on the Liberian dollars, we have done billions of Liberian, I think more than 700 and something billion Liberian dollars we have done on Momo transaction. With such a volume in our country, what we've done, we follow IMF and World Bank advice and borrowed externally from vulture funds that are guaranteed, and then in the end, they tell us to increase VAT. Like I said in this budget, we're moving from GST to VAT, and we're taking it to 15%. Who do you think we're hurting? We're going to be hurting our people. What's the next thing Simeon Freeman stand for? I stand for creating jobs, and this is how I want to create jobs, using agriculture. We've been importing rice to the country since the country was formed. What do I want to do? I want to invest through the Central Bank of Liberia. Every year, we want to invest about 100 million US dollars. Give that money to the central bank. Central bank will loan it to the commercial banks with specific instructions. We want to set up 30 companies across Liberia. 30 companies. And those companies will not be government owned. They will be private sector owned. We take Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Russell. We say, look, guys, you form a company. That company, we're going to give you, say, 20 million. Not going to give you the cash. We're going to set up an LC arrangement with a commercial bank. We're going to buy equipment, right? That's the main thing we need for our farm. We buy equipment, we set up warehouses, and we invest in ceilings. The other day, the African Development Bank, a few years ago, had about $20 million for rice production in Liberia, which we qualify for. But then we invested about $500,000 to do all of the study. Mr. Russell will shock you what the finding was. Not that we're not growing rice in Liberia, but the yield per hectare is very, very low. In Liberia, the yield per hectare is about 40, 50, 60%. Agricole is much higher.
What is the equivalent in acres? Because a lot of our people understand.
So hectare, I think 1 hectare should be more than, you can just check it out for me. I don't have the dynamics, but maybe it's more than 2 acres or so. So it's one hectare, right? You can just kindly check it since you have your calculator open. But you talk about the output, yield per hectare in terms of the output you get from one place. And then we went further. The other group of guys came to do the further study. We found out that one of the challenges, they have this system in the interior, come from Basso, so they call it KU, right? So that KU system is where they do communal farming, right? So the different towns, everybody in the town will come together, claim Mr. Mame farm, claim Mr. George farm, and then you notice some of the people will be left out. And when they clean the area, what they do, they just fell the trees. So what our people do, if you look at our farm in Liberia, look at our farm in Asia, you notice it's in a single farm. In Liberia, the guy just threw the rice. And then most of the sprouts are choked by the weed. And so the output then is low. And because of that, because you get that low output, it affects the price of the rice that comes out of there. So 1 bucket of sea rice is equivalent to the price of 1 bag of processed rice. So we found out if you did rice processing in Liberia, which was not the problem, the first challenge you would have would be transport. Because we found out that the southeastern region is one of the highest producing regions, but then you got to go from point to point to collect that rice. When you finally do transportation, collect it and come to process it, it means 1 bag of rice will probably be about $40. That's why all of the people growing rice in Liberia do it in a smaller packaging, because that's the only way they can compete. So I want to be able to clear the land. 1 minute, Mr. Witherspoon, I want to clear the land. When I clear the land, give free ceilings to farmers, buy the use back from them, that will shoot up our output automatically, so that if a guy wants to buy, one of my friends in Texas, he's buying kitele from he's a Liberian, he's buying kitele from Vietnam. And I said to him, but why don't you buy it from Liberia? He said, but do we have the structure? If you ask somebody in Liberia, you want to buy kitele, they will tell you, give me the money first, let me go around. Whereas if I call Vietnam, if I say I want kitele, they will say, how many containers you want? They already have the structure. When we set up this structure, those companies become the fulcrum of the economy, where the seeds given to farmers, they will buy the yields back, and then the yields can be turned to value added and or exported raw. So those are three of the things. But let Mr. Witherspoon just go on, but I can go on to some of the things.
I want to give everyone a chance. We got a lot to cover today. Your second question, Mr. Russell.
Yeah, I give my second question. But before that, if your friend is looking for kitele, you can get it here in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. We grow kitele here. We have it here. You can get any produce here. I'm sure you've seen the videos out there about the vibrancy of our a farmer's market here. So you can get kitele here too as well. You don't have to go to Vietnam.
So that's a second question. Let's go to Mohammed.
That was not a question. I was just giving him.
That's a second question.
My second question, Mr.
Wait,
Freeman.
1 minute. Can you hear us? Mr. Freeman, can you hear us?
Hello?
Mr. Freeman, we allow you to go out and come back in. Go out and come back in. You will be fine. Let allow Mr. Freeman to reconnect. He's not hearing us. But Mame, welcome to the show. Mame is back, and it's good to see you, Mame.
Yeah, good to be on. Good to be on. I listened to Mr. Freeman firing. I mean, good thoughts. It was good to see him.
Well, what did Mr. Freeman say? I hope he will come back on. Russell, Mr. Freeman said we arrest Joseph Boakai on day one and go after George Floyd. We are also.
But Stanton, I mean, all over the world. I mean, we saw what happened in Brazil recently. I mean, it's all over the world. I mean, we saw what happened too in France. You know, the former president. So what he's saying is that there will be open investigation. There will be a thorough investigation, and you know, and if the president or former president or whoever is found culpable. Then they should be held accountable according to the law.
I'm saying a serious political bloodbath in 2029. And Mr. Freeman can come open and say, Mr. Freeman, can you yell us now? Are we good? Let me unmute.
I can hear you now. I apologize.
You took me off, and I was discussing with Russell and Ambula Mame that you are openly saying you will arrest Joseph Boakai at the age of 86, 87 on day one. If you win this election 2029, and you're going to go back down to maybe George Weah or maybe Mount Ellen, you are saying you're going to go after the leaders, you're going to go after the president or the vice president. Am I correct? I want to have you on record here.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you have me on record. The truth is, it's like you said, it's happening in France. When I watched the TV and saw Sarkozy going to jail, I was like, hats off to these democracies. Now you're bringing in a factor each. If Boakai knew he was old, then he shouldn't have put his hand in the big boys' business. This is a business in which you win and you lose. So if he can become president, lead the country, then there has to be responsibility and consequences for his action. So we can't say, oh, the man old, leave him alone, but the man is not old to lead the country. So, you know, I'm not having those kinds of discussions. And I think we have to be radical. You know, not too many people don't know that. When they see me, they see what I have become. They don't see the guy who used to live at the back of Congo Town that had no robe on. He had only lamb for his robe on. He had one pair of shoes. He used to walk from Congo Town to Moringa. They don't see that. They don't see the guy who dropped out of high school and needed to be a sister to finish high school and got himself through school to get a master's. They don't see that. So they don't see the strength that underlie some of the wins that we've gotten. So if you became president of Liberia, we have to ensure that there is responsibility. Simple. It's not about targeting anybody. So when you begin to know that, then maybe the next budget, you will know that, if I screw up, there are people that could come after me. And so I need to make sure I run the country in ways that make the country more prosperous than leaving the country destitute, sitting off, living, like they say in America, going to live in the sun and while everybody else suffers.
Let me ask my last question. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. So my last question to you is that you just talked here earlier about, you know, you traveled to Nigeria, to Ghana, then to the US. You travel all over the world, and I want you to give us and the audience your position on the clause in the Liberian Constitution that denies people of non-Negro descent of being citizen. What's your view on that? I mean, if you look at our economy now and you see the flight of capital, a lot of those folks who are not citizens, are not allowed to be citizens, they're taking the money out of the country. That is also hurting the economy. But in the meantime, many of us are here acquiring citizenship from other countries. You know, I was behind an effort that, you know, helped to give over 10,000 Liberians a pathway to U.S. citizenship here in the U.S. What's your view on that Negro clause in our Constitution?
So, Mr. Russell, that's a very brilliant question, timely enough. I'll tell you what. Maybe Mr. Russell currently lives in a house and he wants a bigger house, but then he has other priorities. He needs to pay his tuition. So then he defers certain discussion. I will give you some stats that you probably don't have. On the main streets in Cinco, there are probably only 4 Liberians that have property. Mean, John Uboti, two other people that have properties on the main street. The rest.
What do you call Main Street Single? Which main street? Right?
The main boulevard single, you know, from City Hall to Bamoma, you know, that main single street, right?
Okay.
You have about four or five Liberians that have property right on that main street. The rest of all of the developments you see there are foreign owned, foreign operator, foreign run. Now, the issue of non-Negro becoming citizens of Liberia, the issue is it relevant at this time? I flow with the discussion of Liberians in the diaspora that are Liberians but came to America or went to Europe and became citizens, that they should also enjoy dual citizenship. I support that. But when it comes to the issue of non-Negro becoming citizen, the question is, why is that even up for discussion? And we're not having a discussion of Liberians having control of their own economy through public support, through government funding. For me, once you have a competitive environment, it's different. Now, the issue of capital flight. Do you know that foreigners can become, non-Negro can become citizens in Sierra Leone?
Sierra Leone, Guinea, Ivory Coast, yeah, Nigeria.
And how has it helped the development in Sierra Leone in terms of non-capital flight? I just want us to have a conversation, because sometimes I ask people these questions, and when they use certain yardstick, because the issue of Cote d'Ivoire, I can tell you when it came into being and a compelling situation that changed that and how it has helped them. In our case, you already have foreigners controlling the place anyway. So whether you give them citizenship or not, they can take a 20 years lease, they can take 25, 50 years lease. Some of them even have up to 100 years leases. All they do, they sign 4 papers for you. They have one 20-year, a second 20-year, a third 20-year, a fourth 20-year. So the man signs a 100 years lease for you. You don't own the property anymore, because your generations later, probably up to 4 generations, they may already have the property. So the issue of having that discussion, in my mind, you know, if I were president today, that would not be the discussion. My discussion would be, how can I tap on Liberians in the diaspora? I'll tell you something about myself. I do real estate in Ghana. I do real estate in Nigeria. Those properties are sold within 24 months. I even have some land that we're rolling out, right? In places like East Legon Hills, we have some structures going up now in cantonments that we sell. It is Ghanaians mainly that buy those properties. In Liberia, if you try to do that, it's going to hurt you. You don't have the volume of sale. Many times when you even talk to Liberians in the diaspora, they tell you should give them 30 years. And I always say to my colleagues and brothers here, the mortgage arrangement you have is not coming from the real estate developer. It's coming from your bank. Your bank pays me. If I build a house in America, 100% I get my cash and walk away. You owe the bank, not me. That's why your lending has to be good. But the bank in Liberia have not created those structures. Honor Mills Jones, he created, I think, a 5 or 10 year structure where he gave a couple of millions to LBDR for direct on-wall lending, where people could borrow up to $35,000, which I think was a good adventure. And I think this government could run that because it's going to help. And I think if the government were to pump money into real estate in terms of development, Claratown, all those places would disappear. It's one of the plans on my administration, but we don't have the time for that. We can go through that. So for me personally, if you ask me, I would say I will not be having a discussion about foreigners becoming citizens. I will be having a discussion about capacitating Liberians and having Liberians own the place. Some of the things I'm trying to do from a private sector perspective, I'm taking over the Justice Ministry billing, and I'm going to fit about 500 petty traders in that billing, and I'm going to invest about $1 million over a 24-month period. The goods that they currently sell, they buy from Lebanese and other importers, right? I want to buy those goods and give it to them to sell within that enclave and let them develop economic capacity and transition them to the stores. So I'm hoping that in the next 12 to 24 months,
business incubation.
Yes. So in the next 12, I want to prove that Liberians can do this job. In the next 12 to 24 months, I want to see that 2-3 of them will move to a store own us to, and over time they can move on, and we can create up to 300-400 of those guys over the next couple of years, so that between now and 2029 we can lift the hand of more than 500 people and say these people were selling on the streets, today they are successful. It's possible. Imagine the governor of Liberia.
So why can the government do that?
I don't know. Imagine the governor of Liberia came out with a minority action program where it took most of these abandoned government buildings, put the street sellers in there, and set up a $5 million fund annually, even under this budget. Brought in goods specifically for them and gave those kinds of goods duty-free. Imagine how many of those guys will have capacity over a limited period of time. We don't have those kinds of things, and so these things are hurting the economic growth. So I'm more interested in Simeon Fremont successful. How can he inspire thousands of other people to be, rather than as president being concerned about the citizens of other countries being citizens of my country? I want the citizens of Liberia to be first prosperous. So the next Range Rover, the next G-Wagon we see on the street, the next Porsche, Ferrari we see on the street, they will say, oh, that other Liberian guy is doing this. Oh, that other Liberian lady doing this. Let Liberians become the medium of inspiration for our young people. I'm tired of hearing our young people say, I won't be president, I won't be minister, I won't be senator. That's not a profession.
Can I squeeze a question in, Mr. Freeman?
Yeah,
Please go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
Look, I think some of the ideas, you propound are really great ideas for Liberia, and you're glad to know that you are a successful businessman, and you are proposing to prosecute corrupt officials. But again, let's do it within the confines of the law, right? But Mr. Freeman, you ran as president before, if I'm not be mistaken. I mean, with all these brilliant ideas and the eloquence with which you propound them, why is it that the Liberian didn't give you a chance?
I made some mistakes. I made some mistakes. I wanted to be president, and I really didn't go to the people. For example, I'm just working with different groups. I really didn't go to the people. I made some mistakes. I take full responsibility, and that's why I'm starting much, much earlier this time, going to places I hadn't gone before, building the relationships I hadn't built before, so that it's not just me talking in the public space, but me having the right network and relationships on the ground that lead to people giving you the opportunity. Do I take responsibility? Full responsibility. And we're beginning to change that.
And what were some of those mistakes, Mr. Freeman, if you can share?
That's why I said we didn't go to the people the way we should have. It's one thing to want to be president and you don't set up the network. Because you come to Spoon and talk and a man hears you, it doesn't mean he's being able to develop an interpersonal relationship and rapport with you. You have to go to them, have the right network, develop certain programs, and let them fuel you. They have certain development needs now that you can respond to. The places I've gone, they need simple things like trade school. Those things can be established. Places I've gone, they need simple things like water well. They need chairs for schools. They need supplies for hospitals. They need, Gari machine, all those kinds of things. They need solar light. Their needs are small, many, but it creates an opportunity. It creates a bridge for a symbiotic relationship. They know you, and then they can say, okay, tomorrow, let's make Mr. Freeman president. But when you wait, an election is on the corner and you go, the person's name they know is the person they're going to carry, and they will start to compare that person's tenure with the other person's tenure. And I think it behooves us to change that. That's what you see. Some of us that are serious for the process are going around adequately from the very word go. We're going around and we're getting things done.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead with the last.
Okay, thank you, Mame. I wanted to ask one policy question, right? Because I really enjoy when he talk about policy, downsizing government, right-sizing, and all of that, right? But it would take you 2 years, at least 2 years, if not 36 months, to even achieve that. How will you pay in the first 2 years?
Let me just take you back. Several years ago, when Madam Sally became president, we were the proponent of that, and you saw those things we've been talking about. You saw those things come to play. You remember when she became president, our Ministry of National Security, our National Bureau of Investigation. You remember? There was Bureau of the Budget, there was Ministry of Planning. She collapsed them into one. Then she kept on the payroll. So all I have to do is to defund those ministries. It's my budget. So the ministry exists, the institution exists, but it's defunded. Then, because don't forget to defund a ministry 100%, and taking off the records, you have to go back to the legislature because it's an act of the legislature that created them, right? But for the word go, you can defund. You defund and divert resources. Once you defund and divert resources, then in the next 12 to 24 months, you can take them off. You can now go and amend that act to make sure that that act don't exist anymore. So yes, it's not going to take you 24 months. It's going to take you from the moment you become president. The next budget you submit, you don't submit operational fund, you don't submit gasoline, you don't submit non-financial expense, all those things. The only thing that will be on that payroll is salaries for the people that are on the payroll because they have to be in the budget. And that changes the whole game.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. We'll go to Dr. Bropler to ask, one or two questions or make comments.
Thank you, Mame. Mr. Freeman, good to see you, sir. Thanks for being here. To all my colleagues,
thank you, boss.
It's good to be here with you always. I was listening to the show before I came in, and I heard you talk about, if you were the president, changing the whole Negro descent clause in the Constitution would not be your priority. Your priority would be, and I'm just paraphrasing you.
Right.
Your priority would be, helping Liberians with ownership, and I agree with you on the latter. But I think it's not either or; it's both and, because the limitation of denying citizenship to people with economic power is that you give them license, not only capital flight, but you give them license for limited / selfish investment, because they themselves are thinking that they don't have the opportunity if they were to fully invest everything, put all the money here as a non-citizen, they themselves, could lose everything because of all kind of legal maneuvers. So we see in other countries that they let people with gifts, skills, and talent, resources come and they give them the opportunity for citizenship. Many of us enjoy that privilege. I'm sure you did too. So I'm thinking both and. But the question I want to ask you is this, because you're talking about the main drag from City Hall, and I too, I'm a big advocate for Liberians first. And honestly, I'm a bit disappointed in 2025 why we don't seem to just be consistent in that Liberian first thing. What would you do if you were in charge? What would you do to accelerate and maintain a Liberian first culture where Liberians have an opportunity and have equity in our economy? Because, we don't control our economy. What would you do differently?
Thank you so much, Dr. Bropler. Brilliant question related to my friend and brother from Basel, Lawrence Bropler.
That's my younger brother.
Oh, I see. And you guys, a lot of the Bropler family from Basel is just blessed with good English. But anyway, your mother used to be one of my principals. So,
oh, okay.
Good.
Small
Right.
world.
So, right. So, but anyway, having said that, look, I don't think it's an and thing. I think it's an or thing. Basically, because in every respect, in every market, you have to create structures. Let me give you an example right next to Accra, Ghana. What they've done is they've said, look, the entire retailing is going to be for Ghanaians and Ghanaians alone, even though it's not 100% foolproof. Other people try to violate that space. But if you look at the economic data, 70% of the economy of Ghana is owned by Ghanaians because of that trading infrastructure. So even though I operate in Ghana, I can't do trading, right? I can only do a certain sector. Now, to invest in Ghana, if I do business in Ghana, I have to be an investor. And in order to invest, I have to go through the investment commission and have different categories. $1 million, 5 million, 20 million upwards, right? So you have all of those structures. In our case, a Lebanese man can come tomorrow, Indian man or a Chinese man, whoever can just come and open a store tomorrow morning, right? And set up and start selling. So we have not created a structure to protect our people. Coming to the other side, you have lots of Liberians.
Let me check if you don't mind. Is it just structure or is it commitment to maintaining what we said we'll do. So it's a commitment from leadership. In Ghana, the people, the leaders are very committed to that. They have this strong Ghana first mentality. Is it just structure? Or is it also commitment to what we say we'll do?
So, Dr. Brooklyn, as you very well know, and I like your interjection. It's more than, firstly, you have to have the policy. Do you have a policy in place? No, you don't have a policy in place. And go to the small things. We had a Liberian doing the license plate in Liberia. We took it from the Liberian doing license plate and gave it to a foreigner to do license plate. The Ministry of Labor decided to print foreign workers' ID card. They gave it to a foreign company to do it. Simple thing like that. The Immigration Bureau decided to do a card. They gave it to a foreigner. We moved away from BVAC to METEC. They're not doing anything special. We gave it to a foreigner to do that. Today, we want to do a road arrangement of $365 million money we don't need to borrow, but now we're talking about giving it to a foreigner. So what you have is this huge appetite. People prefer to deal with foreigners rather than set the policy and structure. Once you have the structure in place, if you have the rules in your house that nobody comes home after 9 o'clock, then you can enforce it. But we don't even have that in place. So in Europe, when Europe talks to America, they have an engagement because Europe firstly we're going to subsidize our farmers, right? America has a problem with that because it makes European goods cheaper, right? But we don't even have any program in place. So it starts with firstly developing that affirmative action program for our people. The next thing that puts the economy in our people and is the rate. When you borrow here in America, it's different. In Liberia, you go to the bank, you're paying almost 20%. It's crazy. And that's strangulating small business people who have to import. Then when you import, there are these layers, container tracking number. You have to pay 2 guys in the port, the MPA and the APN terminals. Then you have to pay METEC. It's a whole lot of money. When you go through all of those layers, it makes it crazy. I'm sure you've spoken to people here who used to send used cars to Liberia. Some of the cars people sell them for $500 to $1,000, very used. Send it to Liberia now, the price has jumped to $5,000, $6,000 because of all of those layers. Those are the things we're talking about. When you take away those layers, it makes doing business easy. We have a distribution outlet in Ghana. When we send 40-footer container, it costs around, let me give you the numbers. It cost me around 49,000 cedis just for a 40-footer container of various items, electronics, because here in America, one of the businesses we buy liquidation in large order, and we ship around, so we have different showrooms around. So if you divide that by 11.9 cedis, that's about $4,117. I could have never paid that duty in Liberia. So you see the cost of doing business, the cost of clearing in those countries much lower as compared to the cost of clearing. These things makes it difficult. And that's why you notice Camp Johnson Road started with our vibrancy. You remember? Camp Johnson Road started, some of you remember, started with our vibrancy. That vibrancy disappeared. Today, Camp Johnson Road is a frame officer. During Madam Sally tenure, a lot of people were excited. They said, we can go home, we can send goods back. And what happened? Then the cost started to eat them up and they started being non-competitive. If you can't change that, it's not going to change the outcome. So on the one hand, not just that they have the policy, but they enforce it. So we need to create and then enforce.
Okay. So my last question real quick, and I appreciate yours. So my last question. So how can you infuse some of that into our current arrangement to help us move forward? It's one thing to be the president, but I'm sure even having been the president, that the president still needs policy, structure, leadership to make things happen. So only one person be the president at a time, but all of us can be contributing citizens at all times. So what can Mr. Freeman do at this point to infuse some of that into the current arrangement to help this government move the country forward?
So before you came on the show, what I have done in my private capacity, they've been driving the petty traders off the streets, driving them like they don't exist. So what we've done, I've seen in other countries, I've seen in China, I've seen in even Sierra Leone pick up that model recently. Instead of driving petty traders, I want to prove to the government that petty traders are relevant and they're part of the body politics. I spoke with them. What I found out was they buy from the importers, and then the importers sell the product more expensive than they do. So that basically, it's difficult to survive under the circumstance. So what I want to do, I have already done, I've gotten 2 buildings already. One of them is the old Ministry of Justice building. The other one is the somewhere down the street. I want to put them in there, working with the structure with them, working with them actively. Up to today's date, my guys were working with them. We want to put them in there. Right now, we're about to fix the building, right? We want to put them in there, and instead of them buying from importers, the things they sell, we want to import them ourselves. We've got the warehouse now, and we'll supply those things to them. Now, you know what's going to happen? If they were buying something for $5, we're just putting a 2% marker on that so they can be more competitive. Now they will be more competitive and sell less than the importer. And what that does is going to give them capacity. And we believe in a year or 2, these guys will start to be the next populators of stores. The Fula people did the same thing. Today, you notice that Waterside is dominated by the Fula people. So you go and see 2, 3 Fula guys in one store. It's not owned by one person, it's owned by 3 of them. And we believe the next crops of entrepreneurs can be Liberians. And that's how we, from the private sector perspective, want to be able to capacitate them. And we invite other Liberians to work with us because we believe if we have a bigger fund working with them and importing cargo, and it's not for free, we give it to them for money and they sell at a lower cost and they become more competitive. And those buildings will be a building where you get value for cheap, and we believe that they will have capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Thank you, Dr. Bobla. Thanks for those questions. Thank you for always eating on our show, Mr. George, but it's good to see you. I want to say thanks to all of you. We appreciate you. Share the show. I've been on and off because, Mommy, I know we're coming to you. Mr. Freeman said that I'm the one who will go after the president, vice president, everyone. It's moving like fire on social media right now. I have never heard anybody, I'm not holding you on this, Mr. Freeman, but I've never heard any opposition political leader coming up with such a state. And Russell is kind of confused as when you saw it, I saw his eyes light up, right? Now, wow. But then we are very reminded, it just took place in France. We are very reminded in other countries, they are doing it though. Will the Liberian people embrace this? Is this some kind of new change wave coming? Because corruption is just corruption. As much as we think that President Biden at least cherry picking, but some way, somehow, he's trying, you are definitely saying no because you use a line. And a senator called me. That senator is watching the show right now. He said that's exactly what's happening. The line I use and I ask you to clarify for Mark Mana. You can never have a good leader and bad people. Mami, take it away, Mami. Thank you for joining us, share the show. Let's make progress. Take it away.
That's on the who you wanted to pull me in. I don't want to go in that hole for now because I know you set me up for that, but honestly, I don't want to go in that hole. I want to.
No, I mean, I just want to be very clear here. Yeah, and to tell you the truth, though, it's not Mr. Freeman alone saying there's an opposition. An opposition political leader called me and said that's the stand it would take. But Mr. Freeman verbally said it, but that's the intention, to hold everyone responsible. Go way back and say why you destroy the country and have reason to prosecute them and test the law. And I think it's important to test the law.
I don't want to doubt what Mr. Freeman is saying, but I just want to correct. He's not the first person to say so. Coming towards 2011 and 2017, prior to that whole love relationship, I mean, President Weah and the CDC says they will prosecute Ellen and her children. In fact, when Alex Tyler built a house, I remember that powerful press conference. They said they will retrieve that house and they will use that house for women empowerment and youth education. That was CDC. Later on, Alex Tyler became one of their allies and they won the election. President Boakai and the Rescue Alliance say, oh, we prosecute people stealing, everything going haywire. We'll make sure we retrieve stolen funds. We are here today. And Mr. Freeman is saying the same thing. So I'm not doubting him. We pray, we wish, we work for a leader who will come and ensure that people are accountable for their stewardship of public resources. We have not had it in the past. We do not have it now. We hope for it in the future. That future could be next year. That future could be another year. That future could not be next year. That future could be after 2029. So I wanted to say that. But on the policy issue, Mr. Freeman, I agree with you about downsizing government, but I tend to get confused and disagree when you said your approach would be to defund. So I'm looking at downsizing and defunding. And your first recommendation is you will maintain the workforce, but remove operational fund. Then I ran back to the budget. Most of these institutions, over 70% of their costs is on personnel, maybe 5-10% on rental, and then so now maybe just 7-9% on operations. So if you're maintaining up to 80% of the cost of running the institution, which is salary, check even the government budget, how many percentage goes to salary? So if you're maintaining the salary and paying the people and paying the rent and not paying operation, how are you running a small and efficient government?
Excellent. That's a very brilliant question. Thank you. At least it gives me an opportunity for further clarification. Let's start with basis one. Every public institution was created by an act of the legislature, right? Good. So because they were all created, you president from day one, the first thing you do is to defund. Now, let me take, for example, just to show that some of the things you just said may not capture the reality. Let me take the NSA budget. The NSA total allotment is 22 million. Salaries for NSA is 3.6 million. Use of goods and services, 18.5 million. It's more in this instance. In some other instances, like honor ministry of education, out of the 57 million, 40 something million is going towards, 37 million is going towards salaries, and the 15 million is going towards goods and services. So you still have a big envelope. Even if you look at Ministry of Information, you still have a big envelope you can pull. Don't forget, you cannot shut down a ministry until you go back to the legislature as a president and give reasons why you don't want to fund this anymore and you have to move it. So the first thing you can do is to defund it, which is the first policy action. Once you defund it, means that you're not funding all of the other costs, the rent, the foreign travel, the fuel and gasoline, all of these things that fall on goods and services and non-financial services. Then you now move that money towards development. But now you will now have them on payroll. So now you go back to the legislature and say, look, several years ago, you created a National Food Assistance Agency. You created National Insurance Corporation of Liberia. You created this. Now, year one, we've defunded them. We're able to save more than $200-300 million. In year two, we want you not to defund them now, because in order to pay these people, there are two ways you can pay them. You either create a pool on a Ministry of Finance where you want to say ministries to be defunded employees payroll, you put them on that Ministry of Finance, that budget column, or you keep them on a working list in terms of the document until the legislature decides that these institutions will no longer exist, then they no longer exist. But our program will be a 24-month transition, because don't forget, these are Liberian citizens. You don't want to put them out of job. The money you give them leads to, in economics, the circulatory effect of money. Whatever money they make, they pay rent, they buy this, they buy that. If you take that out of the system, you strangulate the economy, and that comes back to bite you. So you want to keep that money circulating until you can transition them.
Thank you for the additional information. My second thing is, how different is your approach? So currently, the Ministry of Agriculture, now you talk about how to be able to support farmers, clean the land, and with equipment and stuff. The Ministry of Agriculture, Dr. Nuttall, leading a project where he's building mechanization hub in major counties that they've identified to be having the potential to grow food. So that in Bapolu, the building there, in Magibi, in Nima, the building mechanization hubs and bringing in machines for mechanization purposes that will be used to clear farms and cut rest. How is that approach different from what you explained, that you will bring in machines to be able to help farmers clean the land?
So in his case, we don't have all of the details, but based on what you said, I would like you to just provide additional clarity. How is he going about the mechanization infrastructure that you talked about?
So my understanding is, or what I read is, the government is building the mechanization hubs. The government is bringing in the machines. Private providers will acquire those machines under the government because they don't have the capacity. The private provider do not have the capacity to go buy it in China and bring it, right? So government take on that initiative, bringing in the machine. Then private provider will acquire it and then be used to clean farms, to clear lands. But the clearing of those lands will not be free of charge to the farmers. Their cooperative that they put together, they usually spend some money. You pay it to that private provider. The private provider will get a lay change on it and pay government over time. That's the model currently going on with the Ministry of Agriculture.
So my model is totally different, and it supports what happened in Mexico with American businesses, what happened in China, what happened in India, what's even happening next door in Cote d'Ivoire. So you have these models that you can tweak for Liberia. Like I said, the biggest challenge in Liberia is about land clearing and access to ceilings. If you talk to the farmers, that's what they tell you. And I've experienced that because I grew up in the village in Grand Basso as well, in number 2 compound, Blois-Yotan. I know that. So having said that, coming to the city, what you want to do is to take Mr. Mame and a few guys that you know that supported you politically. You see, for me, I'm not going to create job for supporters through ministries and agencies. We create job through private sector arrangement. So 5 of you own one company. We'll put $20 million into that company. That money is not going to come from outside. We take $100 million, we give it to the central bank. The central bank then loan it to the couple of banks. Let's say we decide to convert LBDI back into a development and investment bank, right? So that money goes to LBDI. LBDI then give your company, call it Mame and Friends Incorporated. They give you $20 million, not in terms of cash. Like I said, they set up these facilities. The machines coming is for your company. You have the warehouses, you have the trucks, you clear. So we divided each county into 2. You know, each county has upper and lower issues. So we're going to have 30 companies who will fund. You clear the land within lower bound for the people within your enclave, and then you give them free ceilings, like was done in Mexico with the farmers, the tobacco companies, when they clear the land, give the guys free tobaccos and bought the tobaccos from them, and that helped the issue of drug circulation. So when you do that in Liberia, now the farmer doesn't have to do anything. All he does, a land is cleared for free at no cost to him, and the yields are bought from him. So because he gives you, because we clear the land for you, even in Liberia, Firestone is doing that. Firestone is going to give you all of the implements you need for your farm. When that happens, it changes our dynamics. So now if Mr. Mame or somebody else wants to say add value to rice, he doesn't have to be all over the place looking for rice. He can just call 1 or 2 companies and say, I want 300 tons of rice a day, or I want 50 tons or 10 tons of rice per day. He will be supplied and he processes the rice and adds value. Another company somewhere and say, we want banana. And then we can just, 1 of those companies or 2 of those companies can say how many banana, how many containers of banana you want. That creates a structure. The model that they're talking about, it means that I, as farmer A, that have nothing, I have to come and pay money to borrow a tractor or to borrow this. It's not going to work because to start with, the guys don't have any money. That's why it's called subsistence farming. And there are studies I can give them because African Development Bank wanted to do that. You may also find a founder from them. Right now, they have a machine sitting down in Grand Cru County, rice machine. You know who bought that? The African Development Bank. They have one in Maryland. Ask them, African Development Bank. They said the guy should do rice production, right? That machine was intended to convert it from the sea rice to white rice or parboiled rice. Nothing happened. It's still sitting there. There are studies on that. I can get them to that.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, but Mr. Freeman, we're going to leave this great, broad, progressive out there. I think a lot of people are appreciating you. The question now, we're going to move towards what is happening in the government, the yellow machine, the Oriental deal, the Pavlov for 365 million Ds, and your own take. Are you moving around? We'll take you off camera once you settle. We don't want no situation. Once you settle, we'll bring you back on. But what we're hearing today, though, and what Mr. Freeman is saying, Mr. George, I mean, it's powerful for now in words. Do you think this can happen? Do you think we have that leader to bring about real accountability?
Oh yeah, it can happen, Stanton. I have been blessed by my higher power to have lived in 2 countries in West Africa where I saw serious transformative change. I got to Ghana in 1992. That country was extremely dusty. At 2 a.m. in the morning, people used to throw Chimon Bucky on their head. If you wake up in the morning at 2 to trash. And I live in Ghana and saw Ghana transforming with first President Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, when he removed the military gear and turned into a civilian overnight. He did his part, but his party expelled him. Let me say, a party put him out. They put him out of the NDC when he was trying to force his wife upon the party. And then you had the strong opposition, NPP, coming into place. At that time was
so you're going to see I'm sorry, Mr. George, we have Mr. Freeman back. Mr. Freeman, are you okay? Can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Freeman, please?
I'm into that. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Freeman, sorry, Mr. George, we'll come back to you. I want Mami to bring up to speed with the Oronto deal. Mr. Freeman, we have lawmakers, 30. Up to last night, we're researching a quarter. We can confirm everything we know that only one lawmaker right now on record, and I believe he have written or he will write about it, that he will reject this deal, and that's Senator Amara Corner from Bakwadu County. I can announce that. Our sources telling us that Senator Corner said he will reject this deal. If he have not written yet, I have not gone on his page. If it is true, you got 29 lawmakers that must tell the Liberian people what makes this deal important, unique for the Liberian people, or why would get, their own will to support and vote yes on this deal. We want to hear from them because everything we know. Let's talk about Oronto All Black. We'll talk about Pavi for $364 million. We'll talk about the wickedness in this government and what people are doing right now on the state carrying diplomatic passport and the allegation of money laundering that is upon them right now. We'll discuss that once we have the time. It's 10:20 in Liberia, 6:20 here. We got 40 more minutes to go. Mame, bring us up to speed. We're going to put this lawmakers say that?
It's 11:20 here, Chief, not 10.
Yes, 11:20 the time change. But let me just bring everybody up to speed. 1, independent, as per the National Election Commission report, independent senators, we have 11. Independent. CDC, those that went there and say I'm running on the CDC ticket, senators, that representative, we have 10 of them. CPP, we have 5. Unity Party, the ruling government right now, we got 1, that Deba Vablan from Grand Cape Mount, 1. LRP, we got 1. PUP, we got 1. And MDR, we have 1. That's the demographic amongst all the senators. I said that for the reason I would give Mohammed a chance. Who will we blame if this vote goes through? Mohammed, bring us up to speed. And I know you are very unique yesterday. We appreciate you, Mohammed, again, and giving you the first round here as we engage Mr. Freeman on the Oronto deal. Talk to us.
The conversation will continue over and over. I will lay this premise. I laid it yesterday. I will lay it today. And I will continue to see it. Around 2012, 2013, 2014, the government of Liberia was spending hundreds of thousands on some of us to go to school. At that time, the children in West Point, in Yuku Town, were sitting on the floor. There were no chairs. In hospitals, there were no beds. President Sirleaf and the Unity Party government made the argument that we need to spend this money on these people so they can understand and know this oil business, so that they can avoid and prevent the situation that happened in the past. So it's a wise investment that we're making that will generate returns for the country the day we initiate a new oil program. Our compatriots were not happy. They were angry when they saw us going to school on taxpayer money. Why are you doing this when kids are sitting on the floor, spending on these people? The argument was they will come back home, use their education to prevent the country from experiencing what it experienced in the past. Today, we are back. The oil blacks are the legislature. Unfortunately, the same thing that happened in the past is what is about to be repeated. That is why we feel obligated to rally people to resist Oranto and any other company that smells, tastes, and feels like Oranto. So that premise said, what do we need as a country? We've been searching for oil for many, many years. What do we need? We don't need signature bonus. We need a company that have the capability to help us to drill and find this oil. If you don't have that capability, don't waste our time. Oranto doesn't have. They have not proven it anywhere in the world. What they have proven to be, that is their business model. They acquire blacks, hold onto it, find commercial partners, sell out, and make profit. That's their deal. Unfortunately, our country is not looking for businesses like that. We're looking for companies like Total Energy, like ExxonMobil, like Chevron, like Shell, to come to our country and help us drill for oil. So don't bring Oranto to us, and that's the reason why we oppose. They met, the team met, and they agree on 3 messages that they will use to convince the people. 1, they will tell you the mistakes that were made in the past. We have placed safeguard in the law to prevent it. That's a misinformation. That's deception. There is no safeguard in the law. The same thing that happened in the past before Oranto could give out to Chevron, the government was involved. They renegotiated. They brought it to the legislature. That's the same condition in the law. The only safeguard to prevent Liberia from giving blacks to companies that are not qualified is to reject companies that are not qualified. That's the only safeguard. So when they bring the safeguard story, step it one side. They will tell you another story that, oh, Oranto get black that they're doing in Equatorial Guinea. That's false. There's a difference between investing for exploration. There's a difference between a production process that is ongoing and you either go and join it. Oranto has no record of investing in exploration to produce well anyway. So they don't have the capacity. That's the reason why we call for them to be rejected. We support and welcome Senator Cornyn's statement. And Stanton, just to add, Funati Kofa was also one of the first lawmakers to raise objection to Oranto. My disagreement with Funati at the time was some of the information he was putting up were not accurate. And we were saying, let's make the discussion on the basis of accuracy. Because if you don't do so, when the debate starts, your misinformation could be the reason why you shy away. For example, you say there is no 5% for citizens, but the law says it. So when they prove it, then you get shamed. So we say no. Let's engage it with fact. So yes, Funati was one of them. We support his position. Senator Amara Cornyn has joined publicly.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Senate.
Oh, the Senate, yeah.
Amara Cornyn is the first.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Has publicly said they oppose to Oranto because Oranto doesn't have the capacity to do what Liberia is looking for. That would be the intro.
Thank you for the intro. Let me bring in the guest, Mr. Fremont. Mr. Fremont, you've been listening to lawmakers. You've been going over this thing. But you are not a stranger to Oranto, Ato Easy. Not at all. You cannot be a stranger to Oranto, Ato Easy. He was given the first All Black. He made over $200 million. And now again, the same UP government brought him back in to make another over 500. $500 million of that will be going this way. What say you? What are your disagreement? Can you unmute Mr. Fremont, please? Tell him to unmute the man one off though. Mr. Freeman, they get it, they say on mute. The button say on mute. Now take yourself up, Mr. Freeman. All right. Mr. Freeman, can you unmute? I cannot unmute you from my end. You should unmute.
There's a sign with a line on it like this, like a mic.
Seriously, you're gonna tell him they signed the line.
He's not saying
That's that the man would be president. You would have handlers. You won't have to worry about that. Somebody will unmute for you. Well, right now you got to unmute for yourself, Chief. Look at the microphone icon. Click on it.
Okay, let's see if Mr. Freeman will go out. Let's go out and come back in. All right, let's see if we'll bring it back in. Emmanuel, let's hear you on this. This is troubling, right? We got Delon speaking. We got McGill speaking. And we're going to play them. But my only thing, I like to be simple, Emmanuel. You have 5 CPP lawmakers. CPP ran under Mr. Cummings, not ANC. You have 5 CPP lawmakers. Will they listen to Mr. Cummings and vote no on this deal? Do they listen to Mr. Cummings? But let's try. I really want to hold you and jam you tonight, my friend. But hold on, you've always been saved by the bell. Mr. Freeman, can you hear us now?
Yeah, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
You are good now. You are good.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Freeman. The question remains the same.
Right. So I think I lost the question at a point, but I think Mr. Mame made some beautiful assertions about the kind of partnerships we need rather than the kind of relationship being formed. And his question along those lines, I think, was, what was the concluding question? I think I lost over on that point. I mean, at that point, Mr. Mame.
No, Mame, he gave an intro, and we are asking you, what say you concerning Arthur Easy that you knew from the past? He walked over 200 million, and to Arthur Easy today that coming back again for another 4 All Blacks. What say you?
So my point is, you see, for me, I like to look at the broader picture and move away from Oranto. Nigeria created Oranto. Can we create Mr. Mame? Can we create Mr. Stentor Witherspoon? Can we create Mr. Russell? You understand? Can we create our own infrastructure? The Nigerians have created their own. They've created the Illuminus, the Dangotes. Can we create our own? So the truth is, we don't need a Chevron. What we need to give the oil block to some of our local people who can then go out for funding. You understand? We have to understand. If I gave Mr. Witherspoon and say, look, we give you the right to build a refinery in Liberia, you may not have the resources, but there are structures that can enable that funding. There are all kinds of structures. In Nigeria, Dangote got a lot of money from the African Exim Bank. He got a lot of money from the European Investment Bank, can also provide funding for these kinds of projects. You have the RFC that can provide funding because these things will bring inflow. So let's move away from, say, looking at an Oranto to creating a block of Liberians that can run that because they have the capacity. I think if we look at it from that perspective, it changes the conversation because Chevron and Chevron is British. It was created by the British arrangement. Some of you that know about the business history, you remember during the difficult period in American history, Coca-Cola was sitting on a sugar bowl. You remember? And Coca-Cola could ensure the quantity of sugar they got, and Coca-Cola tied her entire Coke product to a health infrastructure. And so during the times of sugar scarcity, Coca-Cola could supply Coke to the American army that was fighting abroad. Can we create Liberian structures and ensure that they run these things? The issue of financing is never a problem. Get it first. Financing is available all over the place. But the way we think is we want to work with the existing established institution. We can do that. And that's what they do in Nigeria. The guys who run electricity in Nigeria are not foreigners. They are Nigerians. Illuminu, he's also into electricity. All these guys are into it. Today, Dangote is not just talking about supplying Nigeria, he's talking about supplying Africa.
and he want to build the biggest refinery in the world. It started from there. We need to invest in our own people. And that's why I get frustrated. Road construction. We bring in foreigners. So we take a Japanese man, a Chinese man, build a road. We have one big building, we give it to a foreigner. Everything is foreign. When will our people have the opportunity? When do we own our economy? When do we start being spectators in our own economy? That's my thing. And people say, oh, when you give it to Liberia, then there is problem. Yes, in Nigeria, there are problems, lots of it. But Nigerians still eat Nigerian government money. That's precisely where I come from. Let's give it to our own people like him. So young man, he went to school, he understands the dynamics. Why can't we say, look, Mr. Mame, form a company, and the government of Liberia will partner with you to ensure that we can start to do some drilling. These companies that do drilling don't have the machinery. They have a company that have ships to do prospectors. They have another company that have the technical capacity. They have various companies around the world that can be hired. Even the airlines you see running. I'm sure a few of you saw the news the other day where some Air Peace planes were grounded. Those are all wet lease. When you see an Air Peace, it doesn't mean they own it. It only means that somebody may have leased it to them. We can lease those equipments and activate, and the next group of wealthy Liberians can be us. That's my point. That's my frustration. You take all of the countries, well, give it away, then you sit down and say, oh, Liberian people can do business. And yet you as a bureaucrat lay on us.
We understand the Liberia First policy that you would create. It's good, it's unique. But the question remains, you have Oranto inform the lawmakers today. What would be your advice to them? What should they do? The president now, you say you arrested him on day one. It started from the executive mansion. The local deal that is so bad, and the man that they gave the deal to before under their government make huge amount of money left. They brought him back in the country. Or did there will be no signing bonus whatsoever. Or did that they will make money and at their own will and pleasure, bring back money to the country like if they want to. Mr. Freeman, as a political leader for MPC, talk to us about what before the senators, sir.
So I will add my voice to yours, that they should not pass the deal. But I'm going beyond that. Don't pass the deal, but that deal can be given to local businesses, and the local businesses can source the funding to activate the investment. That's my point. That's what I'm driving. So don't pass the deal, but work with local businesses and let them source the funding. Many people don't realize these things. There is funding available, there's money available all around the place. But if you have the right ideas, have the right documentation, you can access the funding. But if you don't have that, that's not going to... How many people in Liberia know about the ECOWAS Bank? It's right in Togo. How many people know that our ECOWAS Bank can give you millions of dollars? That's the point we're raising.
Emmanuel George. Emmanuel, the Oranto deal, and we'll end with Mame on this after Winfred Ross and Tama. The Oranto deal is stink, right? But we're seeing lawmakers, they're saying that it's about the Benjamin Emmanuel. $150 temptation is out there. Will they eat that apple? Will eat the apple and give it to Adam later? $150 million. I mean, 150,000. It's out there, Emmanuel. What's going on here? What's your take?
Well, my position is clear, and I've been clear since day one. Mr. Eze came in our country in the early 2000s. We saw oil blocks to him. According to, I think, Global Witness, he bribed with over $120,000 to our lawmakers. Few years later, he flipped it, made over $200 million from it, did not pay a single dime to Liberia, did not invest nothing in Liberia, packed his bags and left. Over 10 years later, Mr. Eze is coming to our country to do the same thing he did a few years before. I think it's just on that premise of ethics, of morality. It should be a no. he should never be allowed to have to invest in Liberia or industry because he has not proven to be a good partner to Liberia. But the second thing is that the conversation that I heard from Senator Dillon, from Senator Snow, seemed to be that the senators is not in favor of the deal in the questions that were being asked and the direction the questioning was going. So I'm hopeful that this Senate will not pass that deal. That the deal is not good for Liberia, it's not good for our country. They should look for another company. I agree with Mame, even though I don't purchase gas from Shell or ExxonMobil because of their footprints in Ogoni land, what it did to Ken Saro-Wiwa and the Ogoni 9. But there are other companies who have the capacity. We should be looking for those companies that have the capacity. Mr. Eze Oranto is not the best company for Liberia, and they should be rejected. And to correct this thing of Stanton, yes, we have 5 CPP lawmakers, but of those lawmakers, many of them have flipped. Senator Youngbley Kanga Lawrence, who was the president pro tempore, is between Unity Party and Liberty Party. Senator Prince Moi is at Unity Party. Senator Simeon Taylor went to CDC.
According to NEC, they are still CPP.
I'm just telling you.
No, I mean, according to NEC, they are still CPP.
I'm sharing with you the facts on ground. Samuel Taylor flipped to CDC. I don't know where he is right now. That's one of the reasons we have problems.
We are going by the original list. They have not been changed. Tell your political leader to go there. I mean, Mr. represents CPP. Yeah, according to NEC, they are all, listen, this is something serious. But we get to it. I want us to stick with the Oranto thing and give the round on Oranto, please.
Okay, I only want to bring it to your attention that the only ANC law senator in the House right now who identify with us as a party is Senator Jonathan Sokwe for River G.
But you do agree with me that they ran on the CPP ticket, the one.
Oh yeah, I agree
and that have not changed, and that have not changed as per the registration with NEC have not changed.
Well, yes, the one on our ticket, but you know, Simeon Taylor publicly flipped to CDC.
No, but he stay on record with NEC. That's my point.
Yeah, it's on the record. I'm only trying to share with the general public where these people lean to.
Okay, all right. Good point. That's a problem. The Oranto deal, that's a problem.
Stanton, you know, we dealt with this issue some time back, and I made my views clear. So again, in an effort to encourage Liberian ownership, I think that every time we have these big things coming up, we should put it out there and encourage Liberians first to get the first stick. So in other words, you say we're going to do something 2026. Give Liberians the first stick at it for the next 7, 8, 9 months. We got to start to do something intentional and novel to invite Liberians. Liberians have resources. 6 continents I travel, stand out, see Liberians everywhere, and they're doing well. And we know there's an opportunity for investment. People can create the kind of consortium needed to do that. That's my first disappointment. We just rush to get the non-Liberian put them in. Second, there's too much history that's not very affirming this company for us to even move in that direction. And I hope that the Senate will put a pause on this and let's go back into the market.
Russell, so the congressmen and women here in America, they took a break, especially during the shutdown. They went back home, and the folks in the different, congressional district or state beat them and reminded them, look what happened what is happening right now between Donald Trump and our sister, I think from Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, where's she from?
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, who owns the big Omega. And she making a point because the people reminded her, we send you to solve the affordable problem, the bread and butter issue. These people have town hall meetings, town hall. They engage the folks. It's not happening in Liberia. One person will get up and say, let's do what we care less. So talk to me, Russell. You said the reason why I'm bringing this to you You did it before in Minnesota. You were councilman. And this is very serious. They care less about the people. They care less. They're about to shove down the Liberian people throat a deal that is worthless because of 150,000 US dollars. Talk to me.
I mean, even though Stanton, I don't have a lot of faith in our Congress, the national legislature, but from all indication, it's not going to pass. I think the the likes of
you think so?
Huh?
I say you think so. I'm happy to know that you think it that way.
Well, yeah, I mean, just I mean, it's as clear as daylight. I mean, I've said it here publicly, and you all know what I've said and what I think about many of the senators. Not all of them, but many of them fabulously corrupt. Spectacularly incompetent. But I think with this case, what I'm hearing at least is that it's not going to pass. That there are enough senators with the spine that are going to come up and stop this deal. So am I being overly optimistic? I don't think so. I think there's been a lot of noise and been led by the likes of you, Amame, Martin Cully, and this show, and many of the panelists on this show too as well. So I am, I'm very doubtful that it's going to go through. I mean, based on all of the intel that I'm receiving, and I mean, it's nothing scientific now. But we just pray and hope that because they can see how ugly this deal is, and they know that, and people are reminding them and telling them that even if they're in denial, I mean, usually there's always this deep sense of denialism that seem to be hovering over the national legislature or the government for that matter. But in this case, I think they've seen the writing on the wall, Stanton.
I hope so, man. I hope you're right. I hope you're right that the Senate will put a pause on this.
Somebody can go ahead.
Mr. Freeman, I think Mr. Freeman, are you talking? Because
That time
I got to come. My man, my best name, great for Russell.
No. I was just trying to tell him that he was
muted. CIA. I hope you're not Chris Onununga.
He's keeping tabs.
Yeah.
No, I was just trying to tell him if you were trying to say
right. We were talking. You got about a few more minutes to stay on. You right. You really. Seriously, right. You do. So we're talking. You're right. I hope you're not Chris Onunga on the show. But go ahead, Tama.
Yeah, I'm just going to add to the voices. I think everyone here agrees that the Oranto deal is not in favor of Liberia, and we have made our position clear on this show. My concern here is when a deal raises so much question and controversy in the public space, and then you try to push it through, it's short-sighted. Then you are not thinking about the future of your people. And that's the problem I'm having with this deal. But also, when I look at Liberia, having been born and raised there, Mrs. Freeman, since post-war, I don't know where we lost our way. We tend to treat foreigners better in our country than our own citizens. Even when you talk about, going to a restaurant where the service suffers, when a foreigner is there, those servers will treat that foreigner a lot better when you're just a Liberian speaking with a Liberian accent and you're a Liberian woman. And that behavior has perpetuated our society and is ingrained even into government. And then finally, the point is this. Our legislature, look, I doubt that they will do the right thing. But this is when they should be on the side of the Liberian people. We have the majority opposition blocks there. We have the CDC. We have the CPP. We have the ANC. This is time for these political leaders, for someone like Alexander Cummings, to call his people. For someone like Simeon Freeman, if he has any allies in there, to call their people, to work the lines, to lobby and tell them to vote down this deal, send it back, and let's think of putting Liberia first. And that's my position tonight, Stanton. Thank you.
You also call your uncle so that he cannot send a brown envelope. He said the last that too.
He's your uncle too now. He's our uncle.
So at the end of the day, we want to say, Mr. Freeman, we're so happy that you came on the show today. Yes, indeed, we are grateful. But I will say this to you. The question remains that why it left the House, right? Those representatives in 17G speed left them and went to the Senate.
No, I go to the House here.
Oh, ain't go to the House here? No. Right. Okay, thank you. Sorry. That proverb for. So thank you very much. But at the end of the day, whether they're going to eat some money from there too, we are questioning Mr. Freeman.
So
a lot of people running with what you said, and we couldn't get to the permit for $364 million road project.
Right.
We'll give you time to finish. Hope to have you next time because you're a busy man, and wish you well on your program tomorrow. Again, talk to us about your program schedule for tomorrow. Maybe folks around Pennsylvania would like to meet and talk.
Right.
To you.
So yeah, there's this group of gentlemen called the Distinguished Gentlemen. It's my understanding they evolve as a group. They first there was a birth. Yeah, the Distinguished Gentlemen Club. It's understanding they evolved as a birthday group, and then they expanded into more than 200 memberships. So they're having a major program. They invited me to be the guest speaker, and another group of guys have also approached for me to speak at their function. So I'm here for a day. I will leave from here by tomorrow after the program to go somewhere else and then end up in India for another program. But having said, I want to come to this thing, Mr. Witherspoon. You have a very powerful infrastructure with very brilliant guys. Let's move away from hoping. You know, for me, I like to act to solve things. Let's set up a GoFundMe account. You see, in America, when senators screw up, when a group of lobbyists say we kick you out of that position, he conforms. People listen to things that threaten their interest more. And let's set up a fund that you guys can promote any senator or representative that acts against the public good. Let's fund an account to kick you out of office. And we can also work and push laws. In other countries, laws are pushed where you can be removed from office for, I think there is a terminology for that. One of my friends will give me some update on that. But in the meantime, I think if you call a senator and say, we're going to get you out of office, if you pass that, I think the guy will have a pressure pad on him. But it takes a lot of courage to look at 150K and let it go. You know, so in many respects, the counter pressure has to be there for these guys to perform. I think we don't have that. And I think maybe on your next show, we need to start to look at that whole conversation. I don't know what
is there a recall clause?
There is no recall. There is no recall clause, and you can push that. That's the right word. They call it a recall clause. We don't have that in Liberia. Can you push for that? I doubt the legislature will pass that, but I think with the right pressure, they will be compelled to pass it. But that's why people like us come in. We'll put money together, put the right group to push for a recall vote. If you screw up, we'll get you out of there. People will have a counter reason to perform like it is in other countries. Until then, we'll always be hoping and doing nothing. You can't hope. Hope is not a strategy.
Yeah, but part of that, Mr. Freeman, is to bring more Liberians into your businesses, create more millionaires. So when we say we are 10 of us, we are 20 of us who want to make a change, it's easier to change.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing through the petty trader arrangement. I want you to join me. It's an opportunity. Take 50,000, buy some goods, give it to them. We have a control environment. The leadership is really working. Well, it's going to work for you.
Okay, let's speak up line.
Thank you very much. Thomas, I sent you the number since you never had it. I sent it to you. Mr. Freeman, we will have you. We'll have you back. We want to say thank you very much as always. Have fun.
Thank you, gentlemen, and invite her to the program. Have a good day. God bless. Bye.
Bye. That's the voice of the MPC, Mr. Simon Freeman. We appreciate his addition on the show tonight. That was great. A lot of takeaway. Mohammed, I'm sorry to say Mohammed. I don't know why they name you Mami. They should have just named you Mohammed, man. You're giving us problem with your Mami.
Mami is a Gola name. Mami in Gola, it means travel. Somebody who travel. Gola, move around, travel.
I swear you're always leaving home traveling.
Yeah, so the name Mami is a Gola name.
Ask Captain what Witherspoon mean. Ask him what Witherspoon mean.
I mean, I even know.
That brother, are you serious?
Yeah.
That brother, are you serious in that?
What Witherspoon mean, huh?
So, Mama said, I'm not calling mini yet. But let's go back. Let's go back. Mami, the whole Oranto deal, right? It's on a serious note. It's about the money. But Amara, Mami, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, like Stanton said, and you know, I said it here yesterday, all the people leading this effort, they are my friends. I wouldn't just want to make broad statement. I want to stick to the issues, right? Other people have other facts, other people got other information, which I don't have. And I will not disagree with your information. The president have advised that he likes for people to engage on the basis of facts. And on that, he can listen. But if you want to engage in X, Y, and blah, 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 then he get wittery. So I want to stick to that on this topic. And if people believe otherwise, let them put the fact out. That is the reason why from the beginning, not that I was opposing for nothing. I said, look, in policy advocacy, you want to be careful with the facts. Otherwise, somebody will just hitch on small misinformation you provide to discredit every other thing you say, and the deed that you're fighting against will just pass through. So for nothing started that, they took the citizen 5%, give it to so let her bring it out to go. Oh, the Pona paying signature bonus under 2.5 million. If you do that and that information resonates, then it goes to the legislature. They say, how much is the signature bonus? They prove it. Where's the 5% for the citizen? They prove it. Then you defeat it. Even now, if you come back to raise the legitimate argument, people don't want to listen to you. That is why from the beginning I say, let's set the facts and engage on the fact there are a lot of things we can point to. The discussion will not end today. It will not end on Spoon. It will not end in Liberia. Oranto does not have the capacity to do what we want them to do. They have not done it anywhere before. They don't have that track record. They have a business model. That business model is to acquire, hold, and sell out. That's not what we want. We want an active basin where companies are drilling, exploring, and helping to find oil. But Oranto doesn't have that. So they have met and agreed that they will send out 3 messages. Remember them. They will tell you, okay, it happened in the past. So all the mistakes that in the past will put safeguard in the law. There is no safeguard in the law. There's a blind pass that they gave into Oranto. The only safeguard in the oil industry to prevent you from giving your oil black to companies that are not qualified and competent is to give them reconnaissance license. What that reconnaissance license does, it gives them the right to analyze the basin, analyze the data, and look for commercial partners who have the money. When they find that commercial partner, they and that partner apply to government. This is what the people doing. We'll be releasing it a little bit. This is what they're doing. Active actors between 2022 and today, Shell, Total Energy, before even they could get it black, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Murphy, Petrobras, all took Liberian data and analyzed it with the interest of coming to acquire these blacks. All these super majors have been actively involved with analyzing the data for these blacks. All the money local made doing job we are and making today is from these companies because the company is going to acquire the data to analyze it with the intention to come to Liberia. So they're bringing in Oranto and companies like Oranto to give them the black fast. So they will hold it when these companies complete their analysis and see there's a reason to come. When they are applying, the blacks are already in Oranto hand and in the other list of funding companies hand, and you have to go to those companies to negotiate for those blacks. That's how the company will make money. That's how people who pushing this company will also get their cut. That is the deal. They know that these companies are having interest in the basin. The records are there, will display records of how this company, how much they have paid to Liberia for seismic data. Will display that to show to you that they have an interest in the country. Because they know this company are having active interest, so they want to give the black to Orento in the list of other companies.
Mama, let me ask you a question. Allow us to ask you with the few minutes we got left, right? What do you think the major reason this government leaving credible company that are willing, and, you know, that you can find on the stock exchange, willing to help Liberians, willing to do everything as per the law that Liberia benefit? Why are we leaving them and going to companies such as Ato Easy Orento?
Money. That's all. Simple money, fast money. They want fast money. Some of them don't believe maybe 2029 will win. Let's get it back to the people fast. So even
if you say money, if you are saying money, I want to put people picture up here, right? It originated from where? For example, I come to my brother Emmanuel. Emmanuel, listen, I got this investor, but Ato Easy is not a stranger. Everybody knew him from the past Madam Salif government. They knew that he did what he wanted to do and made hundreds of millions of dollars. Why do you think President Barker now agreed to such an arrangement and sent it over to the Senate? Don't you think President Barker knew that this was a bad thing? I mean, we talk about President Barker here all the time. We fought for him. Is this a disappointment on the president part concerning our energy sector in the country? Why this president know Ato Easy? What in it for him? How would this benefit him or his legacy? Why he agree on this arrangement and send it over to Edwin Snow, who is chair on that committee, and the rest of the senators? Why, mommy? I mean, is this something? Well, what's the thing? We got Jacob Akoli for LPRA. We got Madame Logan for LPRA. We got Noka, our friend Fabienne. We got a group that around this whole energy thing that every day talking, we want this or we want that. Why do you think they were able to convince Mr. President? Isn't it, Mr. President, he should have the knowledge to say this is bad for Liberians?
They misled the president on 3 different occasions, and the fat skin off, and the president took action. He has been leading the president again. The passing around with another story, we'll get to that one, that they have companies that are able to give like 30% equity in the company stake. That's scam.
So who the day, mommy, who the day that lying to the president? So the president wake up and they lying to him and he can't finish them. He can't put aside the day. If they lying to him, if that's not him, then why he's sitting there and still, whining and dying with this day? Let's stick with Noka. Let's stick with this black. Let's stick with Owanto. Who is the day that's still hanging around the president, bringing bad business, bad deal to this president? Because his legacy is on the line, except he care less. Since it says bogus agreement, they said, "I President Madam Salif." You say, "Oh, that sister said I won." Okay, one and sister said to me that the same thing. They were all boogers. No. That was just the vice president. He was a packer. He couldn't say anything. That not the president of Madam Salif. Now this is President Emmanuel. This is President Joseph Yiman Bwaka. So who the day that was still be lying to him, still be deceiving? Why will he wake up and know that he's the president? My man.
The president, like every other president, he doesn't know about the oil sector, that in his area. He depends on advisors. He depends on people who he put in the role. So, I mean, he takes decision from them to be able to make at the end of the day. The point we are now is we are telling Mr. President, what do you need for your country? You need oil companies that have the capacity and track record to drill. Ask yourself, Mr. President, Orento has one? No. Why are you giving them the black? You can't answer that question.
So nobody around the president had the time to ask the president that question.
But you listen to the presentation, you listen to and maybe the Senate need to correct this. The Senate need to correct this. You listen to the presentation at LPR at the Senate yesterday. They informed the Senate that Oranto is producing, I don't know how many thousand barrels of bra in Equatorial Guinea. Those are some of the things they told the president. Those are some of the things they told the president. And the Senate need to ask for evidence of that because it's a misinformation. It's a misinformation. Those are some of the things they told the president. Unfortunately, those type of meetings are not live for some other listen to it. But we listen to it in the Senate. That Miguel asked the question. And they said Oranto is producing in Equatorial Guinea. The black in Equatorial Guinea is operated by Chevron and Atlas International. Atlas is the company that Oranto presents as its parent company.
So, Mame, I'm sorry, I'm going to bring in my brother Emmanuel. Mame, look at the people that signed and look at Ato Easy. Look at the faces that are there, right? Are these the people that lying to the president, that make the president to go into agreement with Ato Easy? Look at a group of people, look at a group of folks that are going into the Liberian government, Emmanuel, they are going, they are happily going into agreement with Ato Easy that just walk away with over $200 million. And they took it to the president, and the president agreed. The president happily agreed. So then, but why when we put it on, look at the picture. Let the picture sink in the minds of our fellow Liberians. I know I have my loved ones there in the picture. I have my friend there in the picture, my fellow Liberian here. But who can tell me, Emmanuel, that the bugs don't stop with Mr. President? Mr. President, Mama said, well, they advised him. He didn't know. We agree. But how many times will he take that shot? He didn't know that Ato Easy walked away with over $200 million. I mean, this is too deep for us to believe. But guys, say your piece, Emmanuel.
No, Stanton, I won't agree with my brother Mame that the president had no idea. The president was the vice president when the former president Ellen Johnson Sirleaf became furious of the deal between Ato Easy and the Judy Bryant government. He was the vice president when that document went to the Senate. He was the head of the Senate at that time. So I believe he should be furious the way we're furious seeing this man who stole for our country when he was in the Senate, presiding over the Senate. When the whole deal was turned over, he had an idea of it. There's no way the president can say he has no idea about Ato Easy. If seeing that name alone should have made him to pick the phone to call Madam Sirleaf and say, can I have more explanation about this person? Or call experts outside of his circle to get more idea of this. That's how you expect the president. The president is aware of this. He put his signature on this. This president is noted of allegedly passing brown envelope to the lawmakers when they were in the hotel and getting the Ministry of Finance to pay some of that bills for those lawmakers, the rebel lawmakers against the sitting speaker, Senator Funati Kofa. There's no way. There is record of what the president have done. So there's no way anybody can convince us that the president have no idea. After all, one of the signature tune of President Boyka was when he ran in the 2018 election, that he was an old car parked in the garage. And now that he's president, he's no longer an old car and he's no longer parked in the garage. So he should be able to read all these documents that are coming in front of him. So there's no excuse right now that this document again, there are other documents that are recalled by this president when he found out that those contracts were not right. We have been speaking on this issue for the past 3 weeks. Mr. President have an idea about this. He should have recorded this. He should have called his principal advisor or other people outside of a principal advisor to have a conversation around this. We should stop this thing in our country. We cannot be bleeding this country because someone wants to give you $150,000. How long can $150,000 last? Your grandchildren are going to suffer for the $150,000 that you're going to spend in the next couple of years. And within 6 years, you will have nothing, just as Simon Freeman shared. After you leave government, you have nothing. You have squandered this $150,000 and put every one of us Liberian life at risk because you believe that this deal, which you know in your own mind, because the question you are asking, that's why it's going to be shocking to some of us. Because some of the questions you are asking in your mind, you know is wrong. So if you put your signature to that deal, you'll be showing the kind of person you are and the nature you have, and that you hate the Liberian people. Hopefully, the 30 senators in the Senate will be patriotic enough to turn down this document and ask the NOCAD to bring in people who can do this work, who have the power to drill. We must stop this thing in our country. And that's why I support the ANC and Mr. Cummings, because this will not happen under his administration. It's a total no-no. Arthur Easy should no longer be given the opportunity to invest in, not even investing in Liberia.
The man doing the things they pay. The man doing self-pay, he say invest.
Exactly. I would use Mohammed 10. He's doing self-pay. It's not an investment he's doing. He's not doing us a favor. There should be a no.
Dr. Bobla, let's close from your end. Talk to us. This is frustrating, guys. And where we are today, it's like, my thing, you can listen. For us to do this, let's do this holistically. We cannot separate this, Dr. Bobla. The president agreed. He sent the document over to the Senate. The president, no. He is out. You cannot say the presidency was misled. It means that the president have a problem. If anybody says Mr. President was misled, it means that the president have a problem. I mean, Dr. Bobla, let me hear you. This one I disagree with my friend Mame. President Baka had his foot, his mind, his body, his soul, everything is out. He dancing in it. He sent it to the lawmakers. Now he won't put the trouble on the lawmakers. You know the deal was bad. You know this man chopped on the Liberian people. He chopped well. You brought him back. He attended your son's birthday party. You gave him the highest seat in the land. He sat right by Prince Boyi. Can somebody send me that picture? You ate with him. You dined, you wine with him. You celebrated with him. When the negotiation was going on as to who they would give this all black to, you were doing a back negotiation with him. He took a private jet. He came to the country. He met you one-on-one. You awarded him for all black. And you want us to believe that Mr. President don't know about this? God. Kaswako. Is that how they call that one from Ghana or Nigeria? That Bobla talk to me.
You know, I heard my colleague here, Dr. George, talk about, no excuses. And in leadership, the buck stops with the leader. So whether you are personally involved or not, you're responsible. It's just like you got privileges, you got responsibility. So yeah, if it comes from across the street, the president is responsible. He's the head of the executive branch. That said, though, the president is really not expected to read all these things. That's really, the president can't do that. It's the people who work for him and work with him who have to do that. And they have to be diligent in these matters, not only reading all the fine print detail, but also giving good constructive advice. I will tell you that in this post-war culture, money has way more power than it had before. And that's something we have to grapple with as a society. Money just have way more power. We are very short-sighted. We're very myopic. We think about today and today only, and not the future, not tomorrow, and the effect on generations. But all of that said, the Constitution already in a way that creates balance. So the executive has sent something across the street. Now, the legislature have the opportunity. And they're the people's representative, right? So they're the ones who's supposed to fight for the poor people. Look at it. You know what? This is not a good deal.
So you mean the president, so you agree that the president failed the Liberian people in this deal?
No, I ain't talking about that.
So now that's what you're saying. So now we should wait for the legislature to save us. The president that we brought in to rescue, these very lawmakers said that we never trusted from day one. You are sending us back to them to rescue us. The president should be the one to rescue us. That Bobla. Don't play that thing with us, that Bobla. Oh, the law get power, we got constitution. You think we don't know that we got constitution? But we trusted President Waka, and we brought him to power to stop this nonsense. We trusted him. I didn't trust the law when I was voting for President Bouakai or campaigning for President Bouakai. Now I wasn't depending on Snow. I wasn't depending on McGill. I depended on the knowledge and wisdom of President Bouakai that he would stop it before he go to them. But the president that I depended on and I trusted, he took it and sent it to them. It's like you're sending your children in the lion's den and praying to God to save them. It means that President Bouakai is sending the Liberian people in the lion's den and praying to God for God to rescue us. But God have given him the power to rescue us. That's dereliction of duty, Dr. Bople, and you know that. So don't say it left with the lawmaker then to save us. No, it does not. No, Dr. Bople, don't do this to us. The president should be the one to rescue the country.
You finished?
I'm disappointed when you say that. Yes, now
you finished?
Okay, I'll drink my water.
You finished?
I'll finish. I'll drink my water.
All right. So when you finish, let me talk. Eh?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell your own.
Show me a democratic republic on the planet where the executive by itself can run the country effectively and do what needs to be done. If you have that, show me that model. And if that model exists, then Liberia doesn't need.
I will show you a model. I will show you a model.
Let me talk.
You asked me to show you. I will show you a model.
Let me talk.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to show you a model.
No, yeah, show me the model. We're going to do that.
I will show you a model. I will show you this model in a country. In a country, the decision from the executive, the decision can save the nation, or the decision can destroy the nation. That's a good plan. You know that. How can you put this on the lawmaker if you know that it should stop with the president, sir?
Okay.
Come on, good excuse, boss man.
Can I talk? Can I talk? I'm not putting anything anywhere. Okay, the actors have put things where they put them. I want to explain that in a way that chooses substance over sensation. The executive
this is not sensation.
Let me talk.
And this is not sensation.
Let a good that come.
Excuse me?
I said, let a good that come in.
I know you're a Unity Party supporter, so hold on. This is not Go ahead.
The executive has sent something across the street like they should. Okay? That's the executive sent something across the street. I don't agree. I would have stopped it right there. Okay. The history is enough. It doesn't take any complexity in my mind to figure out that this is not what going across the street. We're gonna ask this and we're gonna look for somebody else. That's what I would have done. But I'm speaking to the circumstances and the facts as they are. They're sent across the street. Now that it's sent across the street, the people across the street have a responsibility to the people of the republic. That's why you have to check and balance. So if you think that one branch will always get it right and one branch is able to do the work of building the nation, then you don't need the other branches. And for God's sake, our other branch, we pay them plenty of money. Then we can use that money for sanitation, education, and healthcare, all these things. They have their job. All I'm saying, if one branch doesn't get it right, then you go expect the other branch to correct it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not validating the sending of the document. I would have not sent that document. I would have kept it right there, axed it, and said we'll look for a different company. But now that it has gone there, we are hoping and expecting that the people's representative who represent the interests of the people said this is a bad deal and go get somebody else. And you're talking all this stuff. You don't want me to talk. But that's what I'm saying. I'm responding to the facts as they are. And I'm trying to make an intelligent argument that I don't think that I hope that the lawmakers do not stamp an approval on this.
You should have hope that the president.
I said that already.
You should have hope that the president should have said that. You tried to play it safe, Dr. Bople.
No safe.
You want to be intelligent. The president was wrong to send a bad bill to the lawmakers, and now the Liberian people got to beg and hope and pray and depend on the lawmaker not to pass it. That's a disgrace.
No, not beg and hope and pray.
The lawmaker that making $16 million. The president, executive marshal alone, taking home $24 million. He can do a better job for the $24 million he's taking home.
Theo, Even if I work for the government, anybody who knows me know the one thing that you cannot shackle is my free thought and my speech. Never will. So even if I work for the government, I will speak truth, okay, and let the consequences take their place. I care nothing about that. If I feel convicted about something, but I don't even work for the government. I work in the private sector. So I will speak truth. I don't have any propensity or proclivity to just go and see what I think is wrong and just back it. I
You
am
know
not.
what? Thank you very much, Dr. Boblet. But Liberian people, when the people want to be intelligent and people blame on the lawmaker, they use the word propensity and proclivity. They use big words for you not to understand. They might finish swallowing your with propensity and proclivity. It means that go ahead. Brother Russell, go ahead and talk to us.
Dr. Brobler, go in. Dr. Brobler, go to the private chat room. You find a million water spoon.
I gotta go look for it today. Okay, I'm looking for it.
It's in a private chat room. Just go in the private chat.
I was still with that finally.
Look, I mean, it's a great, great conversation. But this is an embarrassment. The president purposely has a lot of people around him to advise him, to help guide him to make the decisions that he needs to make for the sake of the Liberian people. And so the fact that, I do agree. I mean, the fact that they allow this to pass through all of the different checks and balances and all of the different processes I imagine they have there at the mansion or within the presidency to get to legislature, and they didn't catch that when they have known this for a very long time. I mean, it has been established here by all of us, including Mame, that this guy, and this company, it was not just known just a couple of months ago. They've been knowing this. So I think this is a disservice to the Liberian people. So where we are now, we are now at the national legislature with the Congress. So if they can stop this deal there, I think that's all we can ask for. And so I don't have a good track record of appealing to the national legislature and they're listening to me, but I will try again, because the last time I did, they still confirmed, Fatima. So, I don't know if they will hear me out this time around, but I will try again. So I will appeal to you all the lawmakers, especially in the Senate, to please do not allow this deal to go through. It is bad. It is wrong for our country. It is not doing right by the people. So you can do the right thing. I know Christmas is coming. New Year's is coming. But that is not a good reason for you to not stop this deal from going through. So we're looking up to you. The people are looking up to you to ensure that this is stopped in its tracks. And with that, I'd like to say, thanks to you all. And it was great interacting with Mr. Freeman. He clearly has a lot of ideas. He talked a lot. He clearly understands the economy. And I like the whole the business incubation piece that he talked about, because we're doing the same thing here in Brooklyn Park, where we built, I mentioned that before, a $7.5 million business incubation center for small and micro businesses to build them out. And so it was great to hear him thinking about that, having similar ideas and doing that, in Liberia. It was also very difficult and troubling to hear that budget line is about is meant 20.
I mean, are you in America or are you in Togo?
Fire extinguisher.
Are you in America? Seriously, because this is
Togo?
Yeah, because we are losing you. We are losing you though.
Are you using me? Are you using me?
Not using you. I cannot use you. You're losing.
You're losing me because I'm appealing to the. Oh, okay.
Your internet is your internet is going
I
off.
thought you're not happy with me because I was appealing to the. Okay. Okay. So I'll stop here. I'd like to say thanks to
No.
all of those who are listening.
I don't want you. I don't want you to feel bad though. You came and bad me. Your internet is going off. You know that?
No. I'm not in Togo. I'm in the great city of Brooklyn Park, where we have where we have fiber optics internet service.
I don't think you do because your internet is bad tonight. It's not fiber optic.
Well, it is because of climate change, Stanton.
Oh, now you don't put it on climate change. You see how you guys are bad in America? It's because of climate change. But in Liberia, the bad going, mommy, you see how they got him bad? In America,
climatic conditions can cause the internet to fluctuate. I mean,
in America, because of bad conditions and with your internet, you say that climate change. But in Liberia, then an LTA problem. That's climate change. Oh, Tama, let's hear you, my friend. Then Mama will close the show.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. It's been a really good, interactive, and engaging show tonight. And it's always a pleasure to come on here to talk to the Liberian people directly. On the Oranto deal, I would say, Winfrey, I don't think we should appeal to the legislature. I think it is their job. We should call on them to do their job. Nobody should appeal to them. These people are paid $12,000 or more a month with allowances, with vehicles, with other benefits, crash cars, while the ordinary Liberian person is struggling to get $3 or $4 a day and put a cup of rice, bring a cup of rice home for their people. So let them do their job, period. When you make the allegations, or when there are allegations being made against them, that they are going to be receiving $150,000 per person, just do the math. 103 people, that's more than $15.5 million, about that. $15.5 million if they were to take that money. I mean, Senator Conner has come out, he said he's not going to sign a deal. Can you imagine the exploitation? When this concession company is not even able and willing to say, we're going to pay you a sign-on bonus right away, and they are postponing it into years. That's reek of shitty deals. Shitty deals that is not in the favor of the Liberian people. Stanton, you can accuse me of all things. And I know you're keeping a tab on me, Stanton. You can call me a supporter of the president because I support the president's agenda.
Why am I keeping a tab on you? Why?
Well, I've gone to Lofa County.
I've
gone to Lofa County to run for senator. I lost. That's true. When I go to Monrovia, I tell people to work. I say, if you eat more, you work more. That's true. You can say I support President Walker's agenda. That's true. But Unity Party itself hasn't recruited me. So we can agree to disagree. We can support this president and support his agenda. But if there are deals and things that are happening around him and within his office, we can call them out respectfully, without being sensational, as a good dog would say, respectfully, because you can disagree with your uncle. And this deal for me, Mame, it is not that the president has been misled. I think the president made a bad decision on this one. The president is doing a lot of good things, and we can talk about. But this particular Oranto deal is not in the favor of the Liberian people, and we should say that. If the president is being misled, I saw him in New York when he came to visit in a town hall during the summer. I think I shared that story. They were pushing him in front of them, the entourage. They just want him to go and do what they want him to do, the town hall. The president sat on that stage for 2 hours. Nobody gave him a bottle of water. And I felt sorry for him that day. Because as a president, you have an institution, you have advisors, you have economics advisors, you have the security people, you have the people who are supposed to take care of you. If they are not looking out for you, and you make a mistake like this one, the buck stops with the president, Manu. So you can call me all things. But I try to balance my patriotism for Liberia and my unconscious bias. But we as humans, we all have unconscious biases. But when something is not good, Clinton, it's not in the favor of Liberian people, we should call it out and we should say it. Let the legislature do their jobs. Let them do their jobs. Thank you. It's been a pleasure being here.
As always, we appreciate having you. Let me do my quick closing and Mami will wrap this thing up. I want to appreciate Dr. Bogle, Mr. Winfred Russell, Tamba Aguilas.
Sorry, I don't have that something on the computer when you put closing press release from Sierra Leone.
You want me to share this?
Yeah, the press release from Sierra Leone when I'm talking.
Oh, okay. I'll put it up. So I want to appreciate each and every one of you. It's very important to come here every day. Tomorrow we'll be having a blast on the show. We want to say join us tomorrow, please, guys. Today was very, very unique show. We appreciate you. Thank you for sharing. But I would say this, and Mama will take it away. Listen, I don't sugarcoat. You know what? Thank you. I had a definition of my name, Brother Emmanuel George. But if you find the definition of my name, you will realize it have a very strong meaning. Though I may be a man with all land, but it got a very strong meaning. You know, we are forceful. We fight for what we believe in, and it's troubling to hear people say, you know what, this is wrong, but it's not President Barker fault, but he was deceived. You are saying the president is not in control. I am my good friend, brother, Dr. Bogle, saying that, oh, you know what, the president will not have the time to read everything. We don't need a president that does not have the time to read everything. And if you depend on your advisors, and your advisor come to get 150,000 and go lie to you, and you still keep them there, then we don't need you. Then we don't need you. We don't need a president that can make his decision only because of the advice of the advisors. Then I find a new person. I hear when you say the president don't have the time to read everything. We need a president that will read everything. We need a president that will have the final decision. If you are a lazy president, we don't need you. If you are president while you're reading, you're going to bed, we don't need you. If you are president and you take your function and your duty to give it to your chief of staff or other advisors, then we don't need you. The Liberian people will burn, the country will burn down because you agreed to have corrupt advisors around you only to tell us that, but the president has to read everything. That's not the president's fault. We need a radical change. And President Barker ain't able to let him leave it. Let me get on Jeremiah Kuhn. And Jeremiah Kuhn ain't able to let him leave it. Let's find somebody else, 2029. How can we sit on the show? The man we say he had experience for 40-something years. And you're calling and sharing. I will appreciate. Came to power. We disregarded everything. That he was a Parker. My Eddie couldn't give him the chance. You still not trying. He know president of the Senate. He know how to operate in the Senate. Minister for this, director for that. He has smelled and tasted everything. His name is Joseph Yima Keke Poklokwa. He will change the country. Then today, you're telling us, say, the president has to read everything. That today you're telling us. That today you're telling us, say, not the president fault, but I advisor fault. Seriously? You guys are destroying the Unity Party government. This is on President Barker. The president fire and hire. The president got to read all these different agreements. 25 years you gave him a company, and you say you don't read everything? 10 years you gave him a company. You say you read everything? You want us to believe that? You're wait for the ball. You know what will happen next? And I rest on this. After you pass, look at this. Pass or Rankin D. These are the other all black that coming up for you. So that the president not really want, pass it. Pass Oranto deal. These are, I want to bring people to see it. We investigate. We know these things. Then you tell me President Boaga don't know that you have a company called Liberty Petroleum coming? President Boaga, he doesn't know that you have a company called Bina Oil and Gas from Nigeria coming back? Tarok Oil and Gas, he doesn't know? Cabral Energy LLC, President Boaga don't know that these people coming? Transoceanic Energy? We must buy in this, Emmanuel, to believe that the president, he doesn't know. Look at the all black that are going away from our country. Black 32, Black 8, Black 9, Black 2, Black 3, Black 4, Black 27. And these guys are coming, they will get no signing bonus. They're just testing Oranto. And these people pass Oranto, they will pass this thing. Give them so many years to operate. What's the law for country? That President Boaga, he know that the lawmaker, they with their so you want us to trust the lawmaker, right? The same lawmaker then that we beat on them. You want us to trust them. You think we believe that they will pass, that they will not pass anything for 150 Thanksgiving coming? They got to travel. They got to travel. They got to get the tent ready. They got to get the children ready. The money got to go to Europe, America. Christmas coming around the corner. Christmas coming, 30 cents. Buy your lapa, 30 cents. People are lining in front of these people mansions. They got to get everybody smoothie. Then you tell us, hey, not the president for, oh no, not the president, that they advise on them. These are the other all black up for grabs. Look at the company they have identified with. Go investigate this company. Tell me which one of them will get a broad down. You had Liberty Petroleum. They were in the country before, brought in by Alex Tyler. Who bringing them this time around? You have Bernard Oil and Gas. So don't let us talk. Let me put the thing down. President Boaga, I don't know. Mommy, please close. I will stop here. Wait. Mommy, go ahead, my friend.
Stand up. The definition of your name, you're very consistent tonight with the definition of your name.
I agree.
Central is getting interesting. You started a whole new show with what you just put up.
I was keeping it about, but I had to teach on them with this.
And the whole Ellis Starlock connection with Liberty Petroleum. I was at NOCA. I know the story. I want to go in the story, but we have to start with Oranto. Yes, 1 year Liberty. I know Ellis Starlock, how it caused his removal, and the story just sweet. Look. Let me say this. Charles Taylor established the oil program. He had it, created the law, were observing the process. He did not award oil black. So that era was the era of silence. Judy Brian King. He took over, he awarded several blacks to companies like Oranto and the rest of the others with no capacity to engage in drilling. They held those blacks for years. That era was the era of awarding blacks to companies without capacity to drill, holding on the asset. It was the holding era. When Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came and she wanted to redo the oil program, most of the blacks were already in the hands of these companies. When she talked to Exxon, the black they want, they in the hand of the other group. When she talked to Chevron, they in the hand of the other groups. She had to go to them to renegotiate and take it from them and give it for Chevron and Exxon. George Weah era was a repeat of Charles Taylor era. It was an era of silence, no oil black. Joseph Boakai comes back, Unity Party, and want to repeat exactly what Judy Bryant did. To award blacks to companies without capacity to drill, so it can be an era of holding. And then when the next president comes, and you want to bring in serious company, the black will already be in the hand of Oranto and other companies, and you have to go to them and get it from them. We must resist that. We should not accept that. Yes, Total Energy is a good deal. We congratulate the president. We congratulate the negotiation team, the effort they put into it to be able to convince them to come to Liberia, the deal, the structure. We believe in their capacity. They can help us to grow. Clap for them, celebrate them. That's a good deal, President Boakai. You set an unprecedented record in 10 years. With all the news, you were able to bring a super major to Liberia. That is your legacy. Orento is not your legacy. It will destroy that legacy that you did with Total Energy. So don't do it. Don't force it on us. If you want Orento and companies like Orento, give them reconnaissance license. That reconnaissance license will give them the time to understand the basin, analyze the data while they're looking for commercial partners. When they find commercial partners, they will bring the commercial partners and the government of Liberia will award blacks to them. While we're talking this is exactly what happened in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, just a few days ago, released this statement withdrawing the petroleum license from the company because they held the black and cannot do work. Sierra Leone press release. Senator, can you read it, please?
Sure. This is November 13, 2025, Freetown, Sierra Leone. This is BBC World Service, GMT 17 hours. Government of Sierra Leone revoke petroleum exploration and production license number 001-20, awarded to Innocent Oil and Gas Limited. Freetown, Sierra Leone, effective 30 September 2025, revoke obligation and repeated breaches of key lesson obligation, failure to address these issues. That's it, Mame. They revoke them. Revoke effective 30 September 2025.
Thank you. So while Sierra Leone is taking effort to clean her oil sector of these companies like this, to be able to attract credible partners, Liberia is laying red carpet for them to hold blacks. It's unacceptable, Mr. President. It's unacceptable, our senators. Let's tell Orento, you're not bigger than Liberia. Yes, you might have invested around, put some things around, but you're not bigger than our country. No man is bigger than Liberia. Tell him in the face. Our people have realized that we cannot do this. You're not big than the country. You want to wreck the entire country's interest? Tell him no. Tell him what you can give him. You can give him a reconnaissance license. And when he found a partner, he can bring the partner jointly who can award them a production sharing contract. That's what happens. That's what they taught us to do. And that's what we're asking the government to do this time. Thank you, Stanton.
No, thank you very much. Yakezi, can you come on, please? That'll probably answer. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Emmanuel George, always tomorrow. Thank you very much. Tamba, Ambula, thank you, my friend. You have a good evening.
Thank you, see you. It's been a pleasure being on.
Yes, sir. Yakezi Zoe. Yakezi, come on the show. Let's do the closing. Let's not worry. Again, we're going to call Yakezi 500 times tonight. Oh, he's around. He was up. Ladies and gentlemen. Well, I see that the weekend, so he was up. Nothing to do tomorrow. Yakezi, I want to say thank you very much for joining us, man. We do appreciate you. Liberia deserves better, and Liberia deserves someone like you. We'll be back again tomorrow, same place. Hey, I want to discuss this bus issue, right? Hey, Yakezi, did you see the bus moving Boleke? The bus get Boleke? Is that true? Yakezi, you are muted. You are muted, Yakezi. The bus they just brought in 2 weeks, the bus get Boleke. There's someone who are picking, they be singing the song. Satan walking some kind of way, hey yeah. Then then you be walking Boleke way. Satan walking some kind of way, hey yeah. Satan walking. So they said the bus person brought get Boleke. There's the bus you're driving it went like this, one side. But anyway, we're talking about tomorrow. I want to say thanks to all of you, man. It's good having you in our home and we are in your home. Peter Hammer, thank you very much for telling me. Thank you. Joe Cooper, thank you very much, my friend. They call him the Pasco. As always, thank you. Irenaeus Sawa is in the house. Randa Thomas, the guy, I don't like this guy. I don't know that a guy or a woman Rondo, but my man, you always go to Liberia, you watch our show. Yeah, I'm a man. We want to say thank you very much. Let's bring in Vittorio Tape. Now, Friday, Sister Vicky. Pala Oma Manoa, every day she watching the show, she get very old. I'm Oma from Golden Key. I believe that's all right. I think that's all right. Yeah, let me see. I bet you, I guess, let me make sure. No, I think I saw that other Oma they call Manoa. Pala Oma Manoa Etwa. Cool, man. Let's bring in, you see, I guess I can speak better. Or Loma, I don't know which one it is, but you can see I can speak better. Edo Zibi is good to have you. Philip Mobile is in the house, my friend. I want to say we're going to welcome every one of you. Come back. The Armstrong Jada. Armstrong, how you doing today, man? We're going to talk about Chris Onunenga. And I'm going to end on this before Yekezi leave. This guy is the most dangerous, person as tourist chair. We'll talk more about him. But he's connected to so many people in the government and outside of the government. Why he did with them, taking money, blackmailing them. We got to find a whole show and do it on him. He's the most dangerous, but I don't know what he's doing with President Barga. President Barga, listen, if they get him again, I would like to mind our business, but we say, hold on. We'll give you the information, not only the check information that he have confessed to, $12,000, taking 12,000 United States dollars for the LFA, taking money, 15,000 from information ministry, crossing money for people in money laundering, moving it across the border in the plane, using his diplomatic passport, will reveal all to the Liberian people. But we have a great show today, and we must go home in peace, not in pieces. So till we meet again, have a wonderful weekend. We'll be here again tomorrow. But tonight, or in the morning, your time, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country. One love. We'll always love Liberia, think Liberia. And together we built a beautiful Liberia one day. Yekezi Zobe. Oh, you say to say good night is Kolaga. You see? I remember Yekezi. I got it right. Yekezi, I got it right.
No. You didn't get it. Okay, so actually last night myself was corrected from the comment section. So what I told you in manner, it means we will see. So to say good night is Kolapie.
Oh, but you see that you fool me now. I say Kolapie.
Yeah. So
wait. Let me write it down.
The right one is Kolapie.
Okay, Kolapie. So you're not Kolapi.
No, not Kolage.
Okay, so it's Kolapie. So ladies and gentlemen, that's a word for tonight. Kolapie means good night. That's manner, right? And then tomorrow when we come on, we say Wabwa. You will say Ao. They will say, but eat the man. Then you say, who eat the man? Okay? Have a good night, folks. God bless you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so folks, that's it. That's all the time we have to be here on the show. You can join the CEO and his team later on today in Liberia. It's already 12:45 a.m. So we are already in a new day. Join us later on today for another edition of the show. My name is Yekezi Zobel, bidding you a pleasant goodbye from odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Bye-bye.